من التزامنا العميق بضمان حقوق الطفل وصونه وحماية كرامته من كافة أشكال الإساءة أو الإهمال، فقد حرصنا في هذه القمة على التركيز على مجموعة من الموضوعات المحورية التي تعزز من قدرة المؤسسات الأمنية على حماية الأطفال، وخاصة بعد إطلاق حكومة دبي لبروتوكول دبي لحماية الطفل، والذي يشكل إطاراً مؤسسياً يضمن التنسيق الفعال بين الجهات المعنية لحماية الطفل. إن مشاركتكم في هذه القمة تجسد التزاماً مشتركاً نحو بناء عالم أكثر أمناً للأطفال والأجيال القادمة، حيث نسعى سوياً لتوحيد الجهود وتبادل الخبرات لتحقيق بيئة آمنة ومستدامة تدعم نمو الطفل وحمايته من المخاطر. كما أن هذه القمة ليست مجرد منصة لتبادل الأفكار، بل تمثل فرصة استراتيجية لتعزيز التعاون بين المؤسسات الأمنية محلياً ودولياً، وتطوير سياسات وآليات تواكب المستجدات وتضمن حماية الطفل وفقاً لأفضل المعايير الدولية. الإخوة والأخوات، يعني حقيقة وردني بالأمس خبر ترقية أحد الزملاء المحاضرين المتواجدين فيما بيننا. بهذه المناسبة يسرني أن أتقدم بخالص التهاني للأستاذة الأخت مريم أمان العبيد، تفاجأت بمعرفتنا، احنا شرطة نعرف، بمناسبة تعيينها مديراً للإدارة التنفيذية والأداء بالمجلس التنفيذي لإمارة دبي. متمنين لها دوام النجاح والتميز، ولزملائها كل التوفيق في مهامها الجديد، وادعوها للتفضل على المنصة.
نقول مبروك the mic on please. نقول مبروك لسعادة مريم العبيد على الترقية، ونتقدم بجزيل الشكر لسعادة اللواء على كلمته المثرية. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly put the headset on. Channel 2 is for Arabic translation, Channel 3 is for English. And to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, the most enduring solutions to crime are often found within the strength and the resilience of empowered communities. And to discuss the empowering communities in the cornerstone of sustainable crime prevention, I would have the honor to call the Chief Rudy Perez to the stage, the Assistant Chief of Police, the Golden Valley Police Department of the USA.
Can I get a little sound? Is there any sound to that? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. It is a pleasure to be with you this morning. I got up this morning and I said, it is so beautiful to wake up in Dubai. First of all, I want to say thank you to Your Excellency. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Thank you for allowing me to speak a little bit of what has transpired along the way. I truly believe in the partnerships that we have with the Dubai Police, the MOI, and the World Police Summit. Thank you so much for what you guys do together. Today we're going to have a conversation, and within 25 minutes or so, it's going to be a lot coming at you. It's going to be a lot of information, but reality is empowering communities and is the cornerstone of maintaining safe places and encouraging our police agencies to grow. My name is Assistant Chief Rudy Perez. I've been in law enforcement for 24 years. 22 years of those were in Los Angeles, where I got to retire, and then later was asked to become an assistant chief of police at the Golden Valley Police Department in Minneapolis, a suburb of Minneapolis. It is a consistently way of changing. I was also the past president of NASRO, the National Association of School Resource Officers, and I've also represented the vice president of CCLEA, where we represented 90,000 police officers in California. I've been involved in a lot, and my desire is one thing, that the earth, and what is the next shaking thing in this world? And it really is here happening in Dubai this week. We are actually shaking and moving into a next era of what policing and community policing is. My desire right here is, once again, one more tool to learn. This is the tool that we are going to be looking into together. How do we find some of these tools together? We create ecosystems, sustainable challenges that we've seen along the way. I'm going to paint to you a little bit of what's going on in the United States, what we went on from 2020 and a few years back. So how do you rebuild from all these things that have happened in the United States? One of the big things that we've taken on was Coffee with the Cop and the National Night Out. These are nationwide campaigns that we've done to build and rebuild the trust of some of these challenges that we're doing. One thing I love about Dubai is the coffee shops. I am in love with going to coffee shops here because I'm such a coffee connoisseur about and tasting different kinds of coffees. But one thing we did is we actually started campaigning with big organizations like Starbucks. So the police officers come in and they take over the Starbucks location, and we begin to talk and connect with our communities. And it's just simple conversations that began to establish the trust that we've had and that we've lost a long time ago. So after that, we ended up doing the National Night Out. National Night Out is when the police department opens their doors to the police station, and we have our community come in. They get to see our police cars. They get to see some of our equipment. We get to have conversations that sometimes normality we're not able to have. It's a very good campaign. It's a very impactful campaign that we do nationwide. The other portion that we have is cross cultures. Last year, I had the amazing chance to sign an MOU here with the Dubai Police and the Hamaya schools, which has been an absolute pleasure to be with. We actually had the MOI and some of the graduates in Los Angeles graduate at the LAPD Academy. Completely changed some of the great work that we're doing, and the relationships building are absolutely amazing. The other portion is last year we got to come in and we cross-culture. We got to go to Hamaya schools, and I got to connect with some of the children and see some of the amazing things that happen in this great work. I got to tell you, Hamaya schools are impacting the world, raising the next generation of mature, good Emiratis and Americans. Who's part of your team? Are you surrounding yourselves with people in order to establish trust? In order to have something, it can't only be law enforcement. It has to be partners. It has to be counselors. We have to be able to create an ecosystem. We call it wraparound services. And what do those wraparound services look like? This is an example of what it is. Obviously, we don't have enough time to look into it, but I will gladly sit with you. The wraparound services is very important for our students. It's very important for our community to early intervention processes so we can understand what we need and what we can give our communities. So, a safe community ecosystem equals a healthy force multiplier. So reality is it's safe, sustainable, scalable, secure. We have to have shared mentalities, smart ways, smart applications, and smart infrastructure. It was a pleasure yesterday to attend your headquarters and to see the crime prevention unit are doing some amazing things ahead of what I've seen across this country. But it's really very important for you to connect. And so how do we do it? By empowering our communities, understanding that here at the World Police Summit, we can grab ideas. The ideas that you have are standing next to you in this room, are outside in a booth, right? You have to be able to see what we're doing it. We want safe communities. What does that look like, right? Our journey is together. We have to come together and we have to enjoy it. We have to think big. We have to have the ability to engage people in bigger settings, sustainable programs. What is the long-term conversation that you can have with organizations? Have the team mindset mentality. And mental health is one of the most important things we have to continue to work on. It's my pleasure to continue to work that way. Some of the hardest things that we have is having secure places, but reality is the purpose and clarity, accountability and responsibility, trust and mental safety. Together we can do this, but you have to take action on this. We can change the world. One of the challenges that we have is we have different generations. So as instructors, as police officers, to build community trust, you got to have the understanding of different generations along the way. But you have to be able to find your police officers that have influence in the world. What are those officers that have impact in your communities? They have to come from your communities in order to establish trust. We create a community to career pipeline, which is absolutely impacting in our communities. This is the next generation of police officers, the next generations of counselors. The other aspect that we are dealing with is the digital battlefield, and what does that look like? You have to be able to identify threats. The digital world that we are in and the digital world that our students are being impacted, and the unfiltered world of these cell phones that are changing the dynamics of how they think, the dynamics of how they work. We have to be able to manage that ecosystem. We have to be able to understand how to do that, listen with intent, and enlist experts in your organizations. What does that digital world look like? I encourage you to have sustainable communities that are safe. You got to understand, and you have to be able to identify these high-value targets. What are the high-value targets in this world that you have, or in your community? Together in this week, I've learned a lot from many, many, many other speakers that I go in. How do I connect with people? Because it seems like the same mission that I have in the US is the same mission that we have here in other places in the world. Be attentive. Have the mindset of being able to connect. Have the mindset to hire experts to help you in the digital world. Early intervention, early prevention processes are very important. I'm going to actually skip some of these things along the way because there's just for time frame purposes. I really want to talk about one of the impacts that we did. Safe Rocket Sense of Safety is a book that we started last year. I get to tell you, I want to introduce to you a gift that we have. We were able to translate this book. And today, this is a gift, Your Excellency, that we will be leaving here to Hamaya schools. And not only Hamaya schools, but it's going to be anywhere in the country. It's been a pleasure to work with the MOI, the Dubai Police, and the Hamaya schools. And this is a gift we actually made tangible today. Please grab a book on your way out. Let me know if you need it. But it can go anywhere across the world. But it's very important for us to understand these are some impacting places that we have now. We've translated it. The sense of safety is really talking about how we can, the early intervention processes, how do we get our children to think earlier, think clearly, and these are things that we can work with them. How do you empower that? It's by coming together and finding people that are like-minded in this room. Continuum of family base. This is one thing that I've seen in America that we've lost. Some of the challenges that we've lost along the way has been being family-centered. It is time to come back. It is time to come back to make sure that we connect as family members, make sure that our parents have resources along the way on how we can help them and move in these challenges. But reality is this. This is how we fight our battles.
This is how I fight my battles. This is how I fight my battles. This is how I fight.
Intelligence General Department at Dubai Police. It would be my honor to invite you onto the stage to accept this certificate. Can we please have a round of applause as we celebrate this milestone by Dubai Police? Thank you so much. We are proud as Dubai Police to accept such an amazing recognition and such an amazing milestone in our journey. Thank you for your, yes, thank you. And can we please have a group photo? Can we please welcome all of the distinguished guests to join us on the stage for a photo? So again, ladies and gentlemen, as we take our group photo, can we please have a round of applause for this milestone achievement for Dubai Police? Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, and thank you so much to the whole team. This is honestly such an honor to be part of this. Thank you, everybody. And if you allow us, in a few minutes, we'll be beginning our first session of the day. We'll be back to you very shortly. Please don't leave just yet.
organization in Canada. And so I want to introduce each one of the members and have them come up and join this panel. First of all, Carmen Best. She's a retired police chief and now the Director of Global Security and Risk Operations for Microsoft USA. Thank you. Dr. Tracy Green, CEO of the Australian New Zealand Policing Advisory Agency out of Melbourne, Australia. Professor Jorge Vanstein de Gastel is the head of Interpol's Global Academy and Assistant Director, Capacity Building and Training. And Ali Younes, Senior Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice Officer, UN Office of Drugs and Crime in Saudi Arabia. So as you see, we have a very diverse panel of expertise and globally from a regional perspective as well. So thank you all for joining us here today. I'm going to fire off a bunch of questions and to each of you, and we'll have a good discussion back and forth at any time. Anybody else can jump in and add comment to the previous conversation. So in this modern age of policing and global security, and the actual dissolving of international borders, and while digital issues are exploding around the world, this new environment requires a collaborative approach in every single thing that we do. We've witnessed the criminal enterprises collaborate and develop global partnerships that are unprecedented on their end. So now we're faced with physical restraints, new cyber threats, narcotic epidemic, AI issues, on and on and on. So how do we take all of those challenges and position ourselves so that we're in a better environment to build on the action plan for capacity building and capability sharing? So that's what we're going to talk about here today. So first of all, maybe I'll start with Carmen. You're to my left. Carmen, like Kathy, has brought dual experiences, not only as a chief of police, but also as a high-profile position in the public sector. So that gives us a dual perspective on a number of things. But from your expertise, how did you manage the capacity building with that ultimate goal of us increasing capacity?
Well, there's many aspects to how you would build capacity in all this major changing environment that we all are looking at, whether it's through technology or other things. I often say when I started in policing, and maybe this is true for Kathy and others here, I had a gun, a 6-shooter, a gun, a baton, and handcuffs. That was it. And we went out and did policing. And boy, the world has changed in those 35 years. Now, you know, there's so much technology and all of that out there. So we have to partner. We have to partner with our private sector. We have to partner with other agencies. We've always partnered with our local and federal authorities, but we actually need to work with community members, with businesses, so that we build the capacity to address all the things that we have to do now. Autonomous vehicles, drones, and all the other things that come into policing, body-worn cameras. So with all of that advent of new technology, new capabilities, new frontiers, not only for us to to gain information from, but also they're also being exploited in many ways. So partnerships are incredibly important. I'll leave it at that. I'm sure other panelists have other thoughts.
Yeah, thanks, Carmen. So the trend that you're going to see is something where we have a massive challenge, and how do we position ourselves better? And Tracy, you know, you've been the CEO at ANSPA for a couple of years now, and you have a massive environment to maintain from your mandate with Australia and New Zealand. So how do you take on that challenge? Because you have many police commissioners that are knocking on your door saying, I want this, what can you do for us, etc. So how do you take on that challenge?
Thanks, Vince. Yeah, it's so fortunately we're kind of mandated to do exactly what this question is posing. You know, we are set up to bridge the gaps and to bring together certainly initially, you know, Australian New Zealand policing. For those of you who've been to Australia or know a little bit, we are very diverse. You know, we've got tropical North Queensland and the Northern Territories, right down to our beautiful states of Tassie and New Zealand. So very different environments, very different working environments. But ANSPA, Australian New Zealand Police Advisory Agency, I guess the clue is in the name, is very much about bringing together the capacities and capabilities of all of those jurisdictions. And for all of you in policing world, you'll know that it's not as easy as it might sound. There's only 9 jurisdictions, but trying to make the bridges that we need to make sure that we're not duplicating and reinventing the work that he's done is not always easy. We're very lucky because we are mandated by all of the chief constables, commissioners as we would call them, from our jurisdictions, and they are our board and they support us and they drive the work that we do. So I think having that, in the broader question, having that mandate from above is really, really important, because then you can start pushing the work through the workforce. Because without that engagement, to be honest, you can say what you like about bridging gaps, you can try to encourage people or force them to work together, but unless you've got that mandate, you're not going to get anywhere. And so we're fortunate in that, in so much as all of the chiefs comprise our board. They drive our work and our priorities. We might suggest what our priorities might be, but they actually endorse it and drive it. And from there on in, we are able to pull together the right people, the subject matter experts, into working groups to work collaboratively, and then we push the work out from there. So we kind of get the buy-in from the top first, but also the knowledge and expertise is coming in from those who actually know what they're doing in the field. On the more international scale of things, obviously, part of our role is very much about reaching out to other agencies, and I know certainly Vince and Carmel, when you've been in your previous roles, we are all about trying to develop relationships across the world to find out what's working well, so that we can then try and encourage our jurisdictions to look at that advancement, to look at the technologies they're using or even the practices that they're engaging in, to make those connections worldwide as well. So I think my job is all about herding cats, to be honest, as the saying would go. We put a lot of work together, but you know, there's obviously no point as well in it sitting static on our website. It's about making sure that people are actually reaching into us and making ourselves available to try to share the good work that gets done. So I'll leave it at that for now, Vince, but I can delve into things a little bit more. So really, as much as the tech is great, and we're always looking for what's working in terms of innovation around technology. At the end of the day, if you don't have the personal buy-in and the mandate, it doesn't go anywhere. So I think that's super important.
Well, thanks, Tracy. And having just sat through the presentation, Kathy, you just gave a very impressive leadership lesson, not only from a women's perspective, but a leadership lesson to take on the challenges that you did. When it comes to your lessons learned that you could impart on this group that's here today, about how you were able to turn the collaboration into sustainable capacity building, and with the relationships, but not just one relationship, but multiple relationships, and how do you do that long term so that those relationships are going to benefit the organization as well?
Thanks. Sorry, it's a little difficult to hear and hear, but so I think in terms of long-term sustainable relationships, one of the things that I found when I was working as the chief in particular, but through my whole career, is that you really cannot, security is everybody's role, policing, everybody's security is everybody's role, and not until I was the chief did I really get the opportunity to work with the mayor and convince the mayor that every single agency director should have at least one performance goal that was reducing crime. Because if the kids are truant from school, we're going to have crime. If the public health system's broken, we're going to have crime. You know, there are all these other agencies out there that have a stake in helping us to fight crime, and we should all be working, you know, kind of aligning our strategies towards that goal. And those collaborative relationships, we got to a point where when we go out to communities, and some of our communities where the violent crime was the highest, instead of just flooding those communities with police and making a lot of arrests, which we did do. But we also would get 15 or 20 different agencies together, and we would go walk through those communities. And so I'd have the Department of Public Works with me. I'm like, why can't the kids play on this playground? It's not been, the grass hasn't been cut here in 6 months, you know. This is why the kids have no place to play, and why they're in the street and, you know, doing other things. And Department of Parks and Recreation and Department of Health would come out and bring mobile van out to do health care for the kids in the community. These are kids that otherwise wouldn't get any of these things. So I'm trying to reduce crime, but I need all those other agencies to help me. And the only way to do that was convince the mayor to give them all performance goals so that they had to have a role in it. Because everybody has to feel like making a safe community is part of their job. The people in the community, it's part of their job to make the community safe. So we put it on the community as well. Don't just come to community meetings and yell at the police because you're not happy about crime. What are you doing about crime? Why aren't you getting on that listserv and telling us what you see, reporting that suspicious activity? So for me, those long-term collaborative relationships are, my job is to make sure everybody understands that it's all of our jobs to do that. And it really did build those long-term sustainable relationships that were very effective in helping meet those goals.
Yeah, thank you very much. And does that relate to your new role in developing those relationships, and how do you do that differently now?
It's very similar, only with billionaires. I literally have a lot of stakeholders across 30 stadiums, 32 clubs, management organizations that run these stadiums, and then all of our international partners. It is a little bit more effort because we're so diverse and so spread out, but it's the same principle. We all have the same goal, and understanding each other's mission is really critical. You know, you have to understand your colleague's mission and try and make sure everybody's accomplishing what they need to accomplish.
Yeah, very similar, very similar. I'll turn it over to Jorge now, and from an international perspective, obviously you've got lots of international experience. And what are the biggest challenges that the law enforcement education face to ensure the success as you develop the right competencies in order to tackle some of these issues?
Thank you, Vince. I would say the most important aspect to consider there is that we are facing unprecedented rapid change with the technology disrupting our professions. I'm a commissioner of police with 32 years of service in the Argentinian Federal Police, and I led a number of training initiatives at national and regional level. And I've been serving more than 10 years in Interpol, in capacity building and training. But I've never seen such an exponential change in the professional profiling. And this comes with two, let's say, very important pieces of information there. The rapid change in this professional profile and the set of competencies forces to identify better in each region, but a global understanding, what is the professional competency framework that is needed for each of the roles. And this is nice to see and nice to say in conferences, but when you have to break that down into the real training and effective programs, it becomes something very challenging. Because at the very end, it's a process, a learning process, and a transfer of knowledge to the field. Sometimes we even see the importance of bringing in perhaps professionals from the private sector with mobility across different sectors to satisfy those gaps. But the truth is that deontologically speaking, the understanding of our profession is not that simple. And transferring the knowledge to the practical policing skills is something that requires time. And at global level, we have seen in the past 15 years probably, the professionalization of policing, bringing the police academies to a, let's say, educational system, including the recognition and accreditation of their programs. And that creates as well some level of stiffness in the adaptability of their curricula. So the other element is that is anchored in the idiosyncrasy of that organization or the national doctrine of security. And that creates a lack of interoperability, a lack of understanding and standardization to transfer that knowledge at regional or global level. Those are difficult challenges that we are facing nowadays. We will never thought in the past that one of our patrol officers will need to be a prompt engineering. And that comes with a lot of information. And the other problem is that if we do not produce and provide that kind of training, they get it from the influencers, from the divulgators, and from the hundreds of thousands of content developers in social media. And that knowledge might be affecting other ethical principles that we need in policing. So that's, I think, the most difficult challenge that we are facing today.
Yeah, it's actually potentially very scary to think that some of us have been in policing before there was even a computer in the office, and now things are happening so fast. How do you keep up? And how does that next generation, how are they going to be in a better position? And so I'm glad you spoke about that piece, because it kind of ties into some of the work that Ali has been doing in UN ODC on that advancement of the training, the importance of training worldwide, so that you can accomplish your mission, which is huge in the challenges that you face. Ali?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vince. Is it clear now? You hear me? Okay. Thank you so much, Vince. Well, let me start actually why the UN from the outset is in the classroom, why the UN should be engaged in capacity building. Maybe this kind of a question has been raised before and there were answers to it. But the new trend for the United Nations those days is we are really getting more and more involved in academic programs for police. And that includes diplomas, masters, where United Nations officers go and help in teaching. Why this trend is happening now, and this is something I would like to raise in answering your question actually. It's two elements actually. We got the global programs, we need to get global solutions. And the officers, the police officers, should be starting from the classroom to think globally and act locally and smartly. And this is what the UN can bring to the table, actually. That goes to the methods, that goes to the international standards, conventions, protocols, which has a lot to be turned into national legislations later. And most importantly, the United Nations started to have a database, reports, assessments, and it's a neutral body where member states and officers from member states can get knowledge from that. Those two elements, standards, filling the gap between the international standards and the local practice from one side, and adding data from a neutral body, that could be an added value. And this is why now the UN is getting more involved to be in the classroom for police officers.
Yeah, so important, and we see it all over the place. The biggest challenge, and again, one of the other in there. So, Tracy, when it comes to the perspective down under, when you think about collaboration, and having been to Australia a number of times, I noticed that there's a big focus on prioritizing that collaboration, not only just Australia and New Zealand, but all of the Pacific Islands. So someone has to put their hand up and be a leader. How does that work in ANSPA?
Yeah, I mean, certainly the Pacific Islands are incredibly important to us, and regionally very much part of our DNA, but also very much in a challenging space for us. Obviously, our chiefs have, we have obviously got our federal police and our state and jurisdictional police, but in terms of bringing our Pacific Islands together, we kind of have a sister So ANSPA has a sister relationship with the Pacific in so much as they have a collaboration of all of the chiefs of the Pacific as well, because a lot of them are struggling with the same challenges. Our Pacific islands are currently under threat from climate change. Some of the islands are literally sinking amongst rising water levels, and so they really need to collaborate to work really effectively together to try to fight some of the, not only the climate issues that they're facing, which are meaning that they're having to change the way that they live, because their traditional food sources and everything are all being challenged at the moment. So we really do have a real drive across the Pacific to be creative and to share solutions, but also to work together. And certainly we have interventions to try to help across the Pacific. We have AFP officers located throughout the Pacific to work there, and some of them are here today with us. But that leadership challenge, I think, is one that is really difficult. And I know our police, I think it would be fair to say that we have recently gone through quite a seismic shift in terms of our police leaderships. Our chiefs have had quite a difficult time lately, and there has been some big changes in our leadership roles. I think we have changed over 7 police chiefs in about the last 6 months. So that, when we've only got 9, that's quite a lot of diversity, quite a lot of change going on at the moment. But we do reach into the Pacific. We have, as I say, the sister relationship for the Pacific chiefs, so that they can work together as well and work collaboratively with us in Australia and New Zealand. Very different challenges, but obviously the intelligence sharing that we need to have coming through that region. There's a lot of drug trade and a lot of international crime coming through our Pacific Islands into mainstream Australia and New Zealand, and it's incredibly important that we keep those relationships really honest and true. Each of the Pacific Islands, again, are very unique, but we need to work together to make sure that we can actually support each other. I'm not sure if that's really answered your question, Vince, but I think that's where you were going.
Yes, and then overlay on all of these discussion items, the politics of the world, globally or locally. It has such a huge impact on everything we do. Thanks. Carmen, maybe from the Microsoft perspective, people might want to see how that, we talk about police partnerships with the community and so on in order for us to be successful as police leaders, but how does that relate to the private sector in a corporation like Microsoft?
Sure. Well, I'm the former director of global security there and risk operations at Microsoft, so just recently moved. But I will tell you this, it's really important that we collaborate and that we work on all the issues that are out there. We have to collaborate not only within our own organization, but also with other technology companies, because the threats aren't unique to just one specific area. Can you hear me okay out there? Okay, great. The threats aren't unique to just one specific area. My particular role, I had executive intelligence, risk, mergers, ventures, and acquisitions as part of my portfolio. And there is so much happening across all of the industries, so we're constantly looking at threats to technology, threats to our personnel, threats to our facilities, 800 facilities in 190 countries. And many other tech companies have those same issues. So surprisingly, our intelligence folks meet with Google's intelligence folks and meet with Oracle, because we're dealing with some of the same issues. And certainly when there was the tragic murder of the United Healthcare CEO, there was a lot more focus on across the industry about CEOs and what we're doing and how we're tracking and executive protection units. So there's got to be a lot of collaboration and there's got to be a lot of relationship building. I always say this, but it's all about the ships, the friendships, the partnerships, and the relationships. We get nothing done in any industry without those things working.
Yeah, it's interesting how that relates exactly to the policing leadership challenges. And I'm sure it's the same, Jorge, from your perspective. when you look at Interpol's mandate and how can you achieve all of the items on a mandate that's so large from a global perspective? How do you manage, in your role, manage all of those challenges?
Thank you, Vince. Indeed, I'm gonna take a bit of where we found the grounds for what we are doing. We conduct biannually a global training needs assessment to understand each region need and also how we can adjust our programs to that idiosyncrasy and particular needs. But also we have conducted a foresight exercise, Interpol Vision 2030, with a contribution of our 196 member countries to better understand where they want us to be and how they want us to support them in the upcoming years. So the model we adopted is a global aggregator. Indeed, it's based on a federated system that provides, first, our global digital training scalable solution, where we provide to the 196 member countries access to digital training resources that includes immersive learning, more actionable and hands-on training. But of course, we need to anchor that in each of the regions as well. So we use what we call the Interpol Global Academy Network. We have trusted partners from the law enforcement education architecture in each of the member countries and regions that are helping us to embed that training in our programs into their curricula and provide all the set of skills that are adapting the international police cooperation skill sets and transnational crime investigation to their idiosyncrasy and needs in the region. So we work with all of them. Nowadays we have 20 members and we are processing another 10 very fast, including representation in the 5 continents. And they help us as well to conduct what we call a permanent monitoring on training needs development in each of the regions. So that helps us as well to identify partners, because the other important aspect of this global aggregator model is the cross-sectoral training capabilities that we need to incorporate. And there is where we put together also a network of training partners, research institutes, and specialized think tanks that can provide us leading on how we develop those programs. And finally, we need to create academic articulation, so standardization and recognition among peers so they can transfer knowledge through our aggregator global model to really, let's say, get the grasp of what is happening in each of the regions to tackle transnational crime. Because don't forget, Crime Inc. is now crime.com, and they have digital training for their own people globally, and they know where to move their business offices, knowing where the gap in capabilities are. Because when we talk about capacity building in our agencies, we're not talking about only individuals. It's also infrastructural and institutional gaps.
Yeah, thank you. I thought the barking dog was distracting, but I think that beeping noise was just as bad. But anyways, so Kathy, I'll go back to you, and you know, we spoke about maybe the challenges of the future and the next generation, and how do we create that capacity building piece with a new, diverse, young generation of folks coming into the profession. So can you provide any guidance from your experience on that?
It's a lot harder in policing than it is in corporate America. But in policing, what happened prior to bringing all the technology that I brought to Washington, I watched, as I was coming up through the ranks, I watched the transition of crime and how that impacted. We hire police officers for a 20 to 25 year career. So we look for certain skills and certain talents, and then we train them in the academy to be police officers for what we think the skills are that they need at the time when we hire them. And those skills used to serve them well for 20 years. And what I saw happening in the early 2000s, prior to taking over as the chief, was the criminals were taking advantage of the technology and we were not. So we had this huge uptick in cell phone robberies. There was a thing called Eco ATM. So they had these machines that were in shopping malls and all over the community where if you wanted to drop your cell phone, your old cell phone in an Eco ATM, it would give you cash, $300, $400 for your old phone so you could go buy a new phone. Well, the bandits that were out doing robberies were doing 15 or 20 robberies a day, stealing people's phones and taking it to Eco ATM. We knew that we were having an incredible amount of robberies. They were increasingly violent, and then these phones were never being recovered. The other problem is what a detective normally would work on a Friday night would be 2 or 3 robberies in the nightlife area. When they get on the scene of these robberies, the person they arrest would have 9 cell phones in their pocket from 9 different victims. But we didn't have the ability to do digital forensics to determine who the other victims were. And this came to a tragic head for us when a young man named Thomas Maslin, this is a very well-known case in the District of Columbia, a young man young father coming home from a bar one night was the victim of a cell phone robbery, and he was beaten with a baseball bat, severely brain damaged. They took his phone. 3 hours later, we arrested the guys that beat Mr. Maslin almost to death and took his phone. We arrested them in the course of another robbery, and we recovered 8 cell phones on them. It took us 4 weeks to get the FBI to process digital forensics on the phones to figure out we had Mr. Maslin's phone and the people responsible for beating Mr. Maslin nearly to death in custody and had been released. So that was a wake-up call for us. So taking those police officers now, we didn't have the luxury. When we can't keep pace with the technology, people will die, and that's on us. So we didn't have the luxury of waiting to train our entire police force to do that. So that's when I brought in the criminal research specialists, the young civilian force that would go out, and every time there was a robbery, they would go down the strip and they could download all the video from all the different businesses, right? Some had VHSs, some had digital, some had whatever. They knew how to download all those the videos. We worked with the FBI, and we got a Celebrate training so we could dump these phones, learn how to get the warrants, dump these phones, and figure out how to process how all this evidence was tied to other cases. But we had to do it while we were operating because people were dying because we didn't have the capability to keep pace. And that's scary when you think about how fast things are changing today. Because hiring a police force for a 25-year career and then having them keep pace with this level of change is going to take constant creativity and constant effort by leadership to make it happen.
Yeah, and that's such a great point, because I remember when the computers first came in and they were looking around the office, who's going to be in charge of all the computers? Well, the one guy that had a computer at home and already knew about computers, okay, now we're going to make you an expert, as opposed to there's nowadays, that changing philosophy. We have to bring those partners and expertise into the organization. You don't train somebody from the bottom up like we used to do for many years. So that's a big shift. It's also a big shift on the skill set. And what is the skill set for the future? What should we be looking at now for 5 years from now? And it's not what we did in the past. It's not sending into the old boot camp. How is that going to affect them on a technology piece? There's a lot of things associated to that. Carmen, can you comment on your experience on that?
Yeah, certainly. I'd like to also follow up with what Kathy was saying about the fact that, things are changing. We have to keep up with technology. We just have to. But you can't expect every officer to know everything. And so bringing in, I think, civilian staff experts, expertise that can process, information, get things off the phones, whatever is needed is going to be critically important as we move forward. We don't have officers when they have their body-worn camera. They know how to download, but we have a whole set of folks who have data science, computer science backgrounds that take that information off. They log it, they store it, those types of things. We don't expect the cops to do that. Right, and so that's a part of building the capacity and moving things forward. And you were talking. What was your question? I think it was collaboration, or did I miss that? Yeah, and just making sure that you're collaborating both externally with your business partners, with your private sector, internally, within your own organization, sharing resources for those who sometimes Vince talked about the fact that sometimes municipalities it can be cash strapped. I think a few of us are familiar with that. So sharing resources is also an option for capacity building, keeping up with technology. It is moving, I want to say at the speed of light, but probably faster than that. They're talking about quantum computing. So here we have AI. They're like, well, it's going to be faster now with quantum computing. It'll look like what we do now will look like dial-up, in the future. So it's moving very quickly. So we have to keep up with the times. We have to collaborate. We have to bring our private partners in. Because at the end of the day, copying is still copying. There is all this technological stuff out there, but we're still chasing down bad guys, and trying to put people in jail and have consequences when it matters. But we also need to broaden our scope as well.
Yeah, thanks. And Ali, when I look at your mandate for UNODC and I see so many high-profile challenges that your mandate has to cover from around the world, when we talk about collaboration, there's both inside the organization and outside the organization because it is so big. Can you comment on how you take on that challenge?
Well, all the complexities really leads to more internal coordination and outside coordination. That goes to our organization, to what we call it all-UN approach. That goes to the state members, we call it all-state approach. And that goes also to what we call it all-community approach. I will be giving you some concrete examples on that and where I can explain more about the UN and about the police officers. Let me start from locally thinking. The idea of preventing a crime from happening, which is now the approach is to be. It happened in terrorism, organized crime. Let's stop the things before happening, before having victims, before having the damage. This is now the trend, right? And that leads to two main results. The police is expected to be police plus plus, so they are expected to be doing more jobs and tasks. And others would be doing some policing work. The community, the private sector, as has been mentioned. The military are collecting evidence. So we are expecting a work of policing to be done by other agencies. Having this lens on what's happening internally, we take it from the United Nations perspective. So we are an organization specified for drugs and the crime. But also we cannot think just like really on one corner. We need really to cooperate with others. That means when you talk about transnational organized crime, you're talking about transnational terrorism, and you talk about the standards of human rights to be implemented, then you talk about other agencies to be getting involved. And this is what we can try to bring into the classroom again. You're bringing knowledge, you're bringing the other expertise to bring them to the table. Our reports in the UNODC are not alone reports. We really get engaged with seated Counterterrorism Executive Directorate, for example, when it goes to terrorism. We are getting involved with other agencies dealing with organized crime. We're dealing with other agencies dealing with human rights, of course. Just one thing as well to add to you, actually. I mean, there was an idea in the past, and I have seen the example of the Pacific Islands. Pacific Islands has an old concept. They were protected by their isolation in the past. That's not the case anymore. The cyber attack on Vanuatu, like 2 years ago, I think, has really paralyzed the government for a couple of weeks, even months. And they were expected like they are protected by their isolation. That means really you need to be interconnected. That was during my work in Seated in Security Council, visiting the region, by the way, And that's why we came as terrorism agency, and they have been requested us to help them in cybercrime. Those are how things are really connected, Vince, at the moment. You cannot really to be thinking one way. Everything is interconnected in roles, in concepts, and we should be aware of, as United Nations, as police officers, as private sector working in the country. And there would be like really a lot of examples that like beyond this panel, but definitely could be brought to the table. That's in short, Vince.
Yeah, Vince, can I just piggyback on that? Because that is such a critical point. Everything is interconnected. So a cyber attack, like in Costa Rica in 2022, shut down government and all operations, healthcare, education. I mean, we all need to be working together on these issues, because a failure in one aspect or one area affects failure in another. Not protecting facilities, having people come in and take information or be able to corrupt systems is a real problem. So you have to have security, you have to have physical security as well as the cyber, and they all should be working together. Otherwise, you're just going to get gaps in information. You can't hoard it. You're going to have to be collaborative in what you're doing. And that is, to our point here with the subject, that's capacity building, right? Collaborating on that and just recognizing, that none of this is working in a silo at all.
Yeah, really, there's absolutely nothing that we do that any agency can do by themselves without some type of collaboration. And in big organizations like UNODC, you could have collaborations internally in order for that to happen, different mandates and so on. But when you think of the geography, the challenges associated to that, the lack of borders, like you go through that list and it's pretty daunting when you think of all those challenges. So, the audience is looking to you for, potential solutions, things that that worked very, very well in your own organization. So I'll start with you, Tracy. What can you tell this audience that you do very, very well in as ANSPA in order to ensure that with all those challenges that we're moving forward in a positive way?
Okay, thank you. I'd love to say we've solved the problems of the world, perhaps not, but
no.
Yeah, we'll give it a go. I just want to pick up, before we move on to that, a little point that Kathy made earlier about the fact that she's walking through her, her jurisdiction, her policing area, and she's the one leading the mayor and the council and the state parks and the whoever, to get them on board, for them to see the solutions that need to be made. And I think this is what police are really good at. We do bridge the gaps all the time. We are the ones who step in when everybody else is stepping back. And not just in an emergency situation, but in trying to fix things, in trying to make sure that our communities have got the services that they need. And we see this right across our footprint. The leadership shown by police in fixing issues that need to be picked up by other areas of government or support services, it always seems to be the case. They always have to take the lead. People will come in behind them and do what they need to do, but I think that leadership piece from policing it's everywhere we look. It's not just, it's everywhere we go. And I know certainly there's a lot of frustration from our police, particularly in remote areas, where they feel they're the only ones there and they're the only ones picking things up at the bottom of the cliff when everything else fails. So I think that was a really important point to pick up on. And secondly, I think where we are trying to succeed is in trying to give our chiefs the ammunition and the evidence that they need to argue to government to say, you need to stop telling us what our police force of the future looks like, because we have a tradition, I guess, or a habit in Australia and New Zealand, and I'm sure I know it's not just us, I certainly know it happens in other places, where there's a law and order issue, government want to increase their vote, and so they will promise more police officers. They're not listening to our jurisdictions when we're saying, we don't necessarily need more sworn police officers, we need the funding to build the police service of the future that we need. And that includes great digital support. It includes those people who will never come through the door as police officers, but will really support the services and strengthen the police forces that we have. So I think one of the things we're trying to do is give the real data, the evidence to our chiefs to say, your future police force needs to look like this. We have a recruitment crisis that we're not going to fix by just trying to pump up the numbers of sworn police officers. So therefore, we really need to give chiefs the ammunition to fight for the service that they need, because I think the demographic of police has changed a lot. We certainly need frontline officers, but the government promising to only boost numbers of sworn police is not helpful. I think one of the other things that we do well is never to let a crisis go to waste. We have a particularly big event potentially coming to our region that's going to need collaboration across all of our jurisdictions and externally. And I think our capacity to bring subject matter experts together on a semi-regular basis to really share what their best leading edge practices are is one of the places that we really do. We can write about things and push it out there until we're blue in the face. It won't impact things, but actually getting them to talk together and share, which sounds very old school, but they're sharing it in a digital way now, is actually changing the dial a little bit and getting them to work with better levels of interoperability, that if this big event does come off, we are going to have to really ramp up very quickly. I think we do that well in an emergency state, but there's a real thirst for collaboration, I think, at the moment, probably because funding is tight, so you've got to do more with less. But I think, really practically, if we don't collaborate well at the right levels with meaning, we're wasting our time.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. Kathy, from your experience?
I think the one thing that I've learned over my career and policing in particular, that would help us in terms of long-term sustainability is we're really, really good at identifying problems. We work an event, we work an incident, we do an after-action review, we capture all the things that didn't go as well as they should have. We then have training and exercises, and we do these big exercises with all of our partners. But whenever we train for crisis, as soon as the crisis ends, we stop. So we do an active shooter training, and as soon as the shooter's down, we all high-five and go home. And I've been on 3 active shooters, and the hardest part of the active shooter is after the shooter is down. In Washington Navy Yard, we had 13 people, 12 people killed, and the shooter went down, 2 police officers shot, 8 individual police shootings. And after the shooter was killed, the real work and the real challenges began. And so I think if I can encourage anybody in this room, especially in law enforcement, to think beyond the prevention element of what we do. We focus a lot on preventing and then responding, but what we don't focus a lot on is that consequence part of the crisis. And that's when things can really go wrong for you. If you mishandle a crisis after the crisis ends and you don't have family reunification and evidence is lost or not processed properly or whatever the issue is. So getting in a mindset of training and exercising beyond the crisis, because we could do everything right. We get a little arrogant in our world. We think we've got it figured out, we do everything right. We can do everything right, and bad things can still happen. And when they do, we cannot mess it up. And it's that part of the training where I think we are lacking, and because of our egos, we are lacking in that constant, pushing beyond where the incident crisis stops and those consequence management starts. And how are you now collaborating with your partners? Because that's where you're really going to get into trouble if you haven't exercised it and practiced it and worked with those partners, because those are going to be your non-traditional partners. That's going to be when you're going to the big companies like Walmart and others for refrigeration trucks. You have a big train crash or something like that, and you've got bodies that you've got to preserve in high heat temperatures. You're going to be looking for, all kinds of things that you're not going to get from your traditional partners. So those are the things I'd encourage people to focus on, is that consequence management part and really focusing on your training and exercising beyond the crisis.
Yeah, excellent. You notice this is a real neat study when you see about support for law enforcement after a crisis. When the person is dead, it's very, very high. They shot the shooter. But after that, when things start to come back and one agency is saying this, all of a sudden public support drops very, very quickly after, because you've got to manage exactly what you're saying then. So thank you for that. We're just about out of time. And first of all, I just want to thank the panel members that have taken the time to come here. I know it's a little distracting with the sound, but I'm sure the audience appreciates the effort on everyone's part here and appreciates their expertise and knowledge that they imparted on you today. So how about a round of applause for... Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Okay. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اليوم معكم الملازم أول سلمى محمد راشد سيف المري من إدارة التثقيف المروري، رئيس قسم التوعية المرورية. اليوم أنا معكم هنا لأعرض لكم أسباب نجاح الحملات المرورية وما هي العواقب التي تجاوزناها وساهمت في جعل هذه الحملات المرورية أكثر فعالية. إذن بإذن الله اليوم سنعرض أسباب الحملات المرورية وما الأسباب التي جعلت هذه الحملات المرورية التابعة لشرطة دبي أكثر نجاحاً، وما هي العواقب التي تجاوزناها لجعل هذه الحملات المرورية ناجحة وأكثر فعالية. بداية سنبتدي بأثر هذه الحملات المرورية وما هي النتائج التي حققتها الحملات المرورية، سواء على الصعيد عدد المستفيدين والصعيد الآخر وهو تأثير هذه الحملات المرورية على الوفيات. قبل أن أبتدي هذه الورشة نبتدي بفيديو توعوي يوضح الأساليب التي نستخدمها للوصول إلى المستفيدين.
ممكن شوي مسافة لو سمحت؟ لو سمحت. حبيبي ايش فيه مسافة؟ فيهم الناس اليوم. أبب سامح.
طبعاً الابتكار في التوعية له دور كبير جداً في جعل الحملات أكثر فعالية ونجاحاً. وإذا تكلمنا عن محور الابتكار ومحور الفعالية فإنه لابد أن يكون لدينا شركاء نعمل مع هؤلاء الشركاء يداً بيد لجعل الحملات أكثر فعالية. عندما نقول شركاء فنحن نعني الشركاء الموجودين في داخل دولة الإمارات والمهتمين في مجال السلامة المرورية. تعاوننا مع الشركاء يجعل العملية أكثر سلاسة وسهولة في إيصال المعلومة، وجعل عدد المستفيدين أكبر بالتعاون مع هؤلاء الشركاء. وعلى سبيل المثال هذا الفيديو التوعوي تم عمله مع شركاء متعاونين مع شرطة دبي. مثل ما لاحظتم في الفيديو كان هناك شعار شركة أودي وهي أحد شركات السيارات الموجودة في دولة الإمارات. التعاون مع الشركاء له دور كبير في إبراز هذه الحملات. وإذا نتطرق لشركاء آخرون نحن عندنا شريك مهم جدا وهم الRTA هيئة الطرق والمواصلات. وما يجمعنا مع هيئة الطرق والمواصلات هو المؤشرات والاستراتيجيات والأهداف المتشابهة في كلتا المؤسستين شرطة دبي وهيئة الطرق والمواصلات التي تسعى إلى السلامة المرورية. من ضمن الشركاء أيضاً نتعاون مع شركاء استراتيجيين كثيرين ومنهم شركات السيارات نيسان، شركة تويوتا وشركات السيارات بشكل عام. لماذا أركز على موضوع الشركاء؟ لأن بتعاوننا مع الشركاء كما قلت لكم نحقق نتائج كبيرة. اليوم سنستعرض شيء في غاية الأهمية وهو عدد المستفيدين من نتائج الحملات المرورية. قياس الأثر له دور كبير في أن نفهم هل نحن نمشي على الطريق الصحيح في عمل هذه الحملات، وكيف لنا أن نصحح من بعض المفاهيم في هذه الحملات. نقيس الأثر في حملاتنا التوعوية بطريقتين جدا مهمة، أولها عدد المستفيدين، والطريقة الأخرى نسبة الوفيات. فإذا كان هناك عدد ملحوظ في التقليل من نسبة الوفيات فإن هذا يعتبر نجاح للحملات. بالنسبة لعدد المستفيدين كما تنظرون وتشاهدون في الشاشة، هذه الأعداد هي خاصة ب 2024، وقمت بوضع الأعداد الخاصة بسنة 2024 لأننا لم ننتهي إلى الآن من سنة 2025. لكن مثل ما تنظرون إلى هذه الأعداد هي خاصة فقط بالنزول الميداني، وهي جهود الأفراد الميدانية فقط عند النزول، وليست خاصة بعدد المستفيدين من وسائل الإعلام. فعند النزول الأفراد الموجودين في إدارة التثقيف المروري لعمل حملات توعوية وعمل محاضرات وورشات كنا نستقطب فيها مثل ما تنظرون هنا. أولاً استهدفنا بشكل كبير سلامة المشاة، كونهم يأتون من ثقافات مختلفة، وأغلبهم من الثقافة الهندية والبنغالية والباكستانية، والتي هي ثقافات تختلف في عاداتها وفي ثقافتها وفي القوانين المرورية لديهم. لذا كان لابد من الوصول إلى هذه الفئة عن طريق النزولات الميدانية وليست عن طريق وسائل الإعلام، لأنهم في الغالب غير مهتمين بالتكنولوجيا بشكل كبير وأغلب وقتهم يقضونه في العمل، فكان لابد الوصول لهم عن طريق التوعية المباشرة. أعداد التوعية في كل سنة تفوق 75,000 شخص يستفيد من النزولات الميدانية، وهذا كان له دور كبير في تقليل حوادث عبور المشاة بشكل كبير، حيث أننا في آخر 3 سنوات حققنا نجاحاً كبيراً في حوادث عبور المشاة، وذلك لأننا رفعنا سقف التوعية لدى العمالة الوافدة والقادمة من خارج البلاد. من أحد الأساليب الأخرى التي استخدمناها أيضاً في النزولات الميدانية كما ترون هي توعية مستخدمين الدراجات. وعندما نقول الدراجات فنحن نعني الدراجات الكهربائية والهوائية والدراجات النارية. ربما يكون تركيزنا أكثر على دراجات الكهربائية بسبب أننا دائما نقوم ونحرص على رصد المشاهدات ورصد التعليقات التي ترد إلينا من خارج ومن قبل الجمهور. فمثل ما تنظرون هناك تعليقات تأتينا من الجمهور يخبروننا بأن هناك أماكن لابد أن تتواجد بها الشرطة، ونحن بالتأكيد نأخذ هذه التعليقات على محمل الجد ونتواجد في الأماكن التي يذكرونها الناس والجمهور، لأن هدفنا الاستماع إلى ما يقوله الجمهور والمساهمة في خفض هذه النسب. طبعاً من ضمن أيضاً نزولات الميدانية نقوم بعمل نزولات ميدانية على سائقي دراجات التوصيل لما في هذا القطاع من تنمية، وأنه قطاع يزداد بشكل سنوي في هذه السنوات. هنا نلاحظ تأثير الحملات المرورية على نسبة الوفيات، فكلما ارتفع عدد السكان نلاحظ أن هناك انخفاض في عدد الوفيات، وهذا يدل على نجاح الطريقة التي تتبعها شرطة دبي في عمل هذه سأتحدث عن شيء مهم للغاية، وهو موضوع الوفر المالي، وكيف للشرطة أن تحقق وفر مالي بالتعاون مع الشركاء. على سبيل المثال، إذا تحدثنا عن إنتاج الفيديوهات المرورية، فكما ذكرت بأن الشركاء يقومون بإنتاج هذه الفيديوهات، وهذا يسبب طبعاً وفر مالي. وأيضاً فيما يخص موضوع التوعية وموضوع الشاشات التي تستخدمها الشرطة في نشر التوعية، فعلى سبيل المثال إذا ذكرنا حملة يوم بلا حوادث، فإن الشرطة تقوم بنشر جميع البوسترات التوعوية الخاصة بها على جميع مراكز التسوق، مثل دبي مول، فيستيفال سيتي، دبي هيلز، وجميع المولات والمراكز التجارية الموجودة في الدولة، وطبعا هذا بالمجان. وهذا هو دور الشريك في جعل هذه الأشياء أو جعل هذه التكاليف أقل بالنسبة للشرطة من خلال تعاوننا معهم، حيث أن التكلفة في أحد الحملات وصلت إلى 12 مليون درهم من خلال استخدام الشاشات الموجودة في المولات والشاشات الموجودة في الشوارع. هنا نتطرق إلى موضوع وسائل الإعلام واستخدام وسائل الإعلام في الوصول إلى المستهدفين. فمثل ما للنزول الميداني دور مهم في الوصول إلى المستفيدين، لوسائل الإعلام دور مهم للغاية في الوصول إلى أعداد كبيرة، حيث أن لمادة توعوية واحدة تصل إلى أكثر من 15 مليون شخص في آن واحد. فقوة الإعلام قوة كبيرة نستخدمها أيضاً لتحقيق نتائج إيجابية، وبفضل الله كانت النتائج جداً إيجابية في الوصول إلى عدد كبير من المستفيدين. شكرا لكم على انتظاركم. فوسائل الإعلام مثل ما قلنا حققت نتائج إيجابية، وبعد رصدنا لعدد المستفيدين من وسائل الإعلام في سنة 2024 كان العدد 246 مليون مستفيد من وسائل الإعلام، سواء داخل الدولة وخارج الدولة. والجدير بالذكر أن لشرطة دبي برنامج يستخدم في تتبع وسائل الإعلام الخاصة بنا ورصد ما إذا كانت النتائج إيجابية أم لا، وهو برنامج سبرينكلر، ونستخدمه في تتبع ونتائج الإعلام ونتائج النشر في شرطة دبي. وهنا نتحدث إلى التحديات التي واجهناها في الحملات المرورية. كما تعرفون أن اختلاف الثقافات له دور كبير في جعل شرطة دبي تمر في بعض التحديات بسبب اختلاف اللغة، اختلاف الثقافة، اختلاف أسلوب وطريقة تقبل المعلومات من طرف الأشخاص القادمين من الخارج. وبعد ما قمنا بعمل دراسة تحليلية وتفصيلية لأسباب الوفيات من حوادث المرور والأشخاص المتسببين بهذه الحوادث، وجدنا أن هناك بعض الجنسيات تعتبر هي الأكثر تسبباً في الحوادث المرورية، مثل الجنسية الهندية والباكستانية والبنغالية. لذلك قمنا بالتعاون مع الشركاء مرة أخرى، وهم وسائل الإعلام الخاصة بهؤلاء الشركاء، للوصول إلى عدد أكبر وأسرع، كون هؤلاء الفئة مهتمين بشكل كبير للوصول إليهم عن طريق وسائل الإعلام. هنا ننظر كيف حاولنا استخدام وسائل الإعلام، سواء الصحف الخاصة بالجالية الهندية والباكستانية، ووسائل الإعلام التلفزيونية، والقنوات الخاصة بهم. فمثل ما تعرفون الجالية الهندية والباكستانية هم مولعين ويحبون بشكل كبير مشاهدة الأفلام الهندية الكلاسيكية، وما زالوا مرتبطين بالشاشات أو أساليب الإعلام التقليدية مثل التلفزيون والصحف. لذلك نصل لهم من خلال التعاون مع الجهات الخارجية. هنا نبذة عن البوسترات التوعوية أو الملصقات التوعوية، وكيف نحاول أن تكون هذه الملصقات تصل بطريقة أكثر ابتكاراً. فاستخدام الابتكار في التوعية أمر في غاية الأهمية للوصول إلى شريحة أكبر. وما هو جديد علينا في الحملات التوعوية لسنة 2024 أننا قمنا بابتكار وسيلة جديدة، وحصلت شرطة دبي على المركز الأول في كونها أول جهة شرطية تنفذ مسلسل كرتوني للأطفال يسعى إلى توعية الأطفال، لأنهم هم شباب المستقبل القادمين إلى في هذا العالم. فتوعية الطفل وتوعية النشء منذ صغرهم ينشأ في بالهم كيف لهم أن يكونون أكثر التزاماً عن طريق كرتون. خصصنا شخصية سميت شخصية الشرطي منصور، يتسم شخصية الشرطي منصور بالنزاهة وحب العمل وتطبيق القانون. وفي المسلسل الكرتوني تعاوننا مع جهة وشريك أساسي وهم قناة سبيستون، وهي قناة خاصة بتوعية الأطفال ونشر المسلسلات الكرتونية لهم. طبعاً تعاوننا مع الشركاء ساهم في رفع نسبة الاستفادة، وحقق هذا المسلسل الكرتوني ما يفوق 76 مليون مشاهدة بفضل الله في أول سنة، ونحن مستمرون في الموسم الثاني لهذا العام. الجدير بالذكر بأن لابد أن يكون هناك أساليب توعوية جديدة وتعاون مع الشركاء لتحقيق نتائج أفضل. وعلى سبيل المثال في حملة صيف بلا حوادث تعاونت شرطة دبي مع أوتوبرو، وهم شركة مختصة بتصليح السيارات، وتعاوننا مع شركة أوتوبرو كان له أثر كبير، فأننا جعلنا جميع الأشخاص يقومون بالذهاب بشكل مجاني لفحص مركباتهم، ووفرنا فحص مجاني لجميع المركبات في 3 شهور. وبالفعل قاموا الجمهور بالذهاب إلى أوتوبرو لفحص مركباتهم بشكل كبير وفي آن واحد. ومن خلال هذه العملية قامت أوتوبرو بنشر التوعية التي تريد شرطة دبي الوصول لها. فنحن حققنا بهذه الطريقة هدفين في آن واحد: التأكد من سلامة مركبات الجمهور ونشر التوعية في آن واحد. نشكركم شكر جزيل، وإذا كان هناك أي سؤال نحن جاهزين للرد على أي سؤال، وإذا كانت هناك أي اهتمامات من طرفكم بعمل توعية أو الاستفادة من المواد الخاصة بنا فنحن موجودون للمساعدة. وشكرا وجزاكم الله ألف خير.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this ongoing discussion and dialogue on on road policing as a priority function of policing agencies worldwide. We do have just a minor change in our program in that our next session will be with Assistant Commissioner Paula Hillman from Angada Shikana of Ireland. And then following this session, we will have Alessio Citran from Continental Automotive. So we're just switching these two around in order to accommodate the audience. Alessio, thank you very much for your flexibility. So can I please invite Assistant Commissioner Paula Hillman from Angada Shikana, the National Police Service of Ireland, to the stage. Can everyone hear? We loud enough? Good. Paula, thank you very much for joining us. It's really quite a hard time at the moment for Angada Shikana, and on behalf of all of us here and the road policing community, our very sincere and heartfelt condolences on the loss of your officer, Kevin Flatley, on the weekend.
Jonathan, can I just say at the start, thank you for those kind words of condolence. I'd also like to thank the road safety members here and for this section for the minute silence that was observed this morning for Garda Kevin Flatley. It has been, as many of you will understand who have lost officers in the line of duty, a very difficult period of time. Our thoughts go very much to Kevin's widow, to Anya, to his daughters Aoife and Erin, his mum and dad and his brother and family, and to his team that he worked with in our roads policing section in Dublin Castle. He was out undertaking a speeding checkpoint on Sunday morning, as many of your colleagues will do, many of your teams will do, and he was tragically knocked down and killed by a motorcyclist. So that's why I wasn't sure was travel to this, but this is about road safety, and we very much felt it was important that our road safety message was continuing to be heard. So thank you. I know that many of you individually have offered kind words to me. Thank you for that. Thank you for the minute's silence, and very much, as I say, our thoughts are with Kevin's family at this very, very difficult time.
Thanks very much, Paula. So, can you share for the audience, where does road policing sit within Angada Shikana? How is it organised within the makeup of the overarching policing organisation?
So Angada Shikana, which is Irish for Guardians of the Peace, Angada Shikana is Ireland's national policing and security service. So we are responsible for both the security of the country and also then for the delivery of policing, from dealing with roads policing, crime and all the other policing demands that we experience in the 2020s. So we have both a dedicated section of roads policing members attached to roads policing, but we also very much see road safety as a responsibility for all of our members. So equally, our regular units, our frontline units, account for about a quarter of our work in this space. And our community policing teams as well would do a lot of the education. So as well as the structure, the specialism, that is roads policing, who will do and undertake a lot of the work that we discuss in Road Paul, that you've been discussing, and I know is up next, the tachographs and that very detailed specialist aspect of road safety. But in terms of enforcement, and especially for the lifesaver offences that we focus on, which are the speeding, drink driving, drug driving, mobile phone use, and not wearing a seatbelt, all of our members do contribute to enforcing legislation in that area.
Thanks, Paula. So in Ireland, the risk of dying on the roads is actually 3 times higher than it is than it is to being killed due to violent crime. Is this this kind of risk profile? Has this been successful in building a greater prioritisation for roads policing in Ireland?
Yes, within our country, within Ireland, both in terms of policing, but in terms of government, road safety is a priority, as are other crimes. You've heard about violent crime, domestic crime as well. So our role then as senior leaders is to decide and work to identify what resource that we put collaboratively, working together to that, both in terms of people, but also equipment and the use of technology, which I know we will come on to talk about. So it is very much a priority. It's a priority for government, and it is very much, from our perspective in Ireland, a cross-government approach. As the police service, we sit under the Department of Justice, but equally then we work very closely with the Department of Transport. So we would meet both ministers from Justice and Transport regularly. We have quarterly meetings as a starting point, but if other trends we see or anything emerging, we would meet regularly with them and about how, as a nation, we contribute to road safety, because unfortunately as a country, we saw an increase in road deaths as we came out of COVID. I'm not sure what experiences were in your countries, but we had seen reductions in road deaths as we went into the COVID period. But as we came out, unfortunately, we started to see an increase. And last year, we had 174 people died on Irish roads.
Thank you. And for many countries, particularly large countries, will think about 174 as a small number, but the population in Ireland is a small country, and any number of deaths is felt by the entire community. You mentioned briefly about how you work with other sectors of government, and in Ireland it is the Ministry of Transport and the Road Safety Agency who is the lead, has the national policy ownership. How does the police service work with RSA and other ministries and entities to create a supportive environment for road policing? Do you get any of your funding, for example, from those, from that lead agency? Because that is a common, it's one of the common strategies for interaction between different governmental partners in other countries.
Yes, so as Jonathan said, we are a nation of just over 5 million, and our road safety strategy is Vision Zero, so we are committed to working with partners to reduce road deaths by 50% by 2030 and to zero by 2050. So I think, and we're always very conscious, we talk about those numbers, but behind every one of those, as we have seen in one of our own officers, one of our own members, that is a person's loved one, it's a member of a community, and the devastating impact that we all see that happens when someone is killed on the road. So I think that's why we do what we do, because we know we can prevent these collisions, and what we need to do to work towards that. And I think it's important to say that's why we do what we do, and especially when you meet the families of those who have been killed and seriously injured, it is really important that we continue on that journey. In terms of Ireland, then we are funded by the Department of Justice, and that's why I mentioned it earlier about ensuring that we have the cross-government approach. We work very closely with the Road Safety Authority. So if you look up Ireland, the Road Safety Authority was established in 2006. It's a statutory state agency which is responsible for promoting road safety. So I would work very closely with one of my key partners in that I work with, because I think with road safety it's a true partnership approach will deliver the reductions. No one agency will on their own will deliver that. So I work really closely with the CEO and his team. The CEO is Mr. Sam Wade, and with his team in terms of both road safety, education, road safety, the work that's on campaigns and media-wise. You will see many of us together in that, and the education program as well. Because I think if we start at the beginning, it is really important for our young people and all ages then that we have that education. So if you look at Ireland, we work really closely with the Department of Education. So there's a third government department. So we recently launched some education programs in schools. These will all be on, I can give you details afterwards, and they're all available on the internet if you wish to get any more details. So the Department of Education then is supporting some of the education programs in the school's curriculum. The Road Safety Authority have also designed programs for especially we would deem the teenage age group about to start on their driving journey. And then we have guards, our uniformed Gardaí, go into schools at all levels from very young children right up to school leavers in terms of the education programme for people to stay safe in the roads, whether you're about to become a driver, you're a vulnerable road user, a pedestrian or a cyclist. So we have that strong education programme, and just over a year ago we launched the Lifesaver project. So again, if you look it up, the Garda Lifesaver project, and this is aimed at 16-year-olds about to start their driving journey, and it's something that could be modified for your own countries. Really happy to share that learning, and it's a series of videos, and roads policing members talk about road safety and the lifesaver offences. So that whole of government, from education, justice, who are the department we sit with, and transport, and we do meet regularly, and I think that is the important thing at both senior level and then underneath us the middle, the tactical level groups and the operational groups all meet with that shared vision of reducing death and serious injury on our roads.
Thanks very much, Paul. So in relation to that kind of cooperation, so much of the data that governments are relying on to understand the burden of road trauma, but also what needs to be done, comes from police. How is it, what are the mechanisms that you rely on to be able to share that data between governmental organisations, not just police data to other, but how, for example, might police get access to health data to understand serious injury, for example?
Yes, and I think in terms of health, that is work that's ongoing, and it's something that we need to take forward, because what we are seeing with the continued rollout of e-scooters and e-bikes, that health do have data around injuries to those type of road users that we are very beneficial, that potentially they don't report to the guards. So yes, we're working and seeing how we maximise that data. In terms of our data sharing, it's really twofold. We have the formalised data sharing that is enabled and supported by government legislation. So the Department of Transport have the legislative framework that allows us to share data, and then myself and the CEO I mentioned, we then sign a data sharing agreement. So we have data sharing agreements not solely with the Road Safety Authority, but also for some of our other agencies who are responsible for road infrastructure, like Transport Infrastructure Ireland. So we share data with them, all with the aim of road engineering. So I've talked about education, and then the engineering of roads, the design of roads, how we can design roads more safely. So if we are seeing collisions in certain locations, it's how we ensure what can we do, either in terms of engineering, redesign of the roads, on starting when you're designing new roads, how you design roads to be safer, but also in terms of the work we're doing in the rollout of safety cameras. And at the moment for us, it's speed solely. We are looking at a legislative change to enable those safety cameras to detect mobile phone use and seatbelt use, and I know some of my member countries in RuPaul have that, and we're very much working with them in terms of their learning. But we also use that data to identify where we situate our safety cameras, because it is really, really important that it is an evidence-based decision making, so that our cameras and also where we are deploying our Gardaí are where we know in the highest risk areas at the highest risk times. So at that high level, we have those protocols in place that allow us to do that. That is then supported by, we have a really strong analysis centre in Garda Síochána. So we have a number of analysts, and that is what they do. They look and help us then, that assists us in where both the equipment we buy, but also very much on high-risk times and days of the week. So for example, when we come into bank holiday weekends, and we know we do very much the same of the roads policing operational plan that all of our, many you will also create. It's very much seen as the good practice from RuPaul. So when we look at our roads policing operational plan, we know that for our bank holidays, the most dangerous times are, for example, 3 to 5 p.m. on the Thursday before the weekend. And for some bank holidays, it's the Monday coming back after, or the Tuesday. So we know our analysts create all the analytical documents that enable us to say what are the times of days that you're more likely to be involved in a collision. We can see it in terms of location. We can see it in terms of arrests for drink driving. So we share that with all our uniformed teams, with the divisional officers, the chief superintendents, and that allows them to make, because we all have a finite resource, that allows us to make maximum use of the resource we have. So in terms of data, it is a really important tool for us to make sure that we know we're doing the right thing on the right day at the right time.
Paula, just one final question. Does the Roads Policing Division have its own intelligence and analysis resources, or does it compete with the whole, with all other divisions for that very important but very limited resource?
No, we have our own analysis section. They work to me and my team, and anything that we need, and if we see a trend coming in, we can task them, and they will horizon scan, they will look at best practice. So we are fortunate as an organisation, we are increasing our analyst section for all areas of policing, but there is a real support for us in this. I think when we have seen, as I say, as a nation, we were really had made a lot of progress in terms of road safety, and as I said, as we moved out of COVID, when we started to see those trends reversing, it was really important that we all came together as a nation to see what we could do with that. And one of the other things that we did in terms of using that analysis, we introduced the 30 minutes of roads policing, road safety for every uniform member. We had heard a lot from the Swedish model, and we last year again also introduced that. We asked, as I said earlier, every uniform member's responsibility for road safety. So where duty permits, every uniform member should undertake specified 30 minutes. Many were doing it already, but it allowed us to say that the 30 minutes of roads policing activity every day, and we're continuing to do that. one of the other things our analysis showed us, and I'm not sure if you are experiencing this, but is in addition to mobile phone use, we're seeing actually a movement more than mobile phone use, but very much distracted driving, that people are watching sporting events, they're watching TV programs, so they're actually, when they're driving, they're eating, they haven't got their hands on the steering wheel. So one of the things that we did last year was we reviewed our whole fleet in terms of how we can really target those who intentionally, most people will, will obey the law and not do that. So what we have done is we've introduced more unliveried, unmarked vehicles in our roads policing fleet. So routinely, as you know, it'll be very clear livery roads policing. So we purchased unmarked 1250cc motorcycles. We've added certain high-powered vehicles, including Golf GTIs, to our fleet, unmarked. And that allows our roads policing, they're attached, they've been allocated to roads policing, and it allows our roads policing members who then are in the unmarked vehicles, and we do see that makes a difference in terms of detection. So that's the use of analysis. And the third vehicle that we introduced as a pilot, but we are looking to purchase some more, it was an HGV cab, so that the members are sitting up high. I can see both into not just those driving an HGV type vehicle, but then they can see into other vehicles. And when that is deployed as well, members see a lot of detections for people, as I was saying, eating with no hands on the steering wheel, distracted driving. So that is something that I think for us is an emerging trend in terms of road safety. And we, so that's something we've done, and we've used our analysis to try and maximise how we deal with that offence.
Thank you, Paula, very much. Can I open the floor to the audience, to any of our colleagues who might wish to direct a question or explore some of the wealth of Paula's experience in different road policing contexts?
Hello, thank you. اسمحوا لي شباب بقدم السؤال بالانجليزي بس ان شاء الله الترجمه بتكون واضحه. Sorry, I'm going to do it in English. I just gave an Arabic introduction. My name is Mustafa Dah, formerly of Dubai Police. I was head of the traffic studies section, and now I've got my own consultancy. And I was really curious about your idea of 30 minutes of policing, roads policing for every member of police staff, again, if I understood this correctly. How was the reception like from HR, from the whole organization? How could you get that through to, because I can imagine, having worked in a police background, it might not be the easiest thing to convince them, but again, it's a huge, let's say, untapped potential, and I think some people might find it agrees with their passion or something, and they want to do more of it. So it's a really great idea, and I'd like to know how you got it operational, basically, in your organization. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for that question. It's a really good question. Yeah, and you're right, exactly. For some people, they were doing it already. So they were saying, we do this, and we acknowledge that. But for others, it allowed us, it was very much at a time when I talked about what was coming, seeing increases in road deaths. So we were responding to that. So yes, it started from the top. So the commissioner issued the communications around it, the instruction, but we wanted to do it in a very collegiate way. So, but it did come from the top. So the commissioner introduced the instruction that we're going to do it. It was then passed to me to then operationalise it and do. So again, communication was sent out as well to every regional assistant commissioner. So as you do in policing hierarchical organisations, it came down through our operational leadership. And how it continues to be is that it is it is reported on weekly and monthly at performance meetings. And again, I think it is very much, with roads policing, it is very much about doing it for the right reason, the right place. It is not, because one thing we didn't want it to be was a tick box. Oh, I've ticked the box, but what was the outcome? And not every outcome maybe was a fixed charge notice or detection for prosecution. It was about road safety and visibility, because the research shows that if policing are in an area, that influence is there for hours before, afterwards. So it was very much, it may have been about education, talking to people, slowing cars down around a school. So it was very much, in addition to that, talking to people. We did spend time, speaking to divisional officers, to chief superintendents. So, we did that alongside the written communication that came out around it. So it's really that leadership, having the conversations around it in addition to the written the written communication, and then thirdly, it is now regularly it forms part of our. We have a structured performance structure. We have, and it's part of the weekly and the monthly at both divisional and then at national level as well. So at national, and again, we look at it nationally from the analysts. But yes, it did take, how we work together to deliver that. Very much so. Yes, thank you.
Paula, was this a policy that the police union in Ireland was supportive of?
Well, we spoke to, and it's very important for our staff associations that we do, and we do engage with them, as we're looking at new equipment and training, and yes, and I think we listen to feedback, and again, some of it was we do this, but I think it allowed us to bring that focus to that. But no, yes, everyone in An Garda Síochána, and I think. Again, with events of this week, shows we want to reduce death and serious injury on our roads. So, of course, they want, and they do work with senior management to ensure as an organisation we fulfil our responsibilities on that.
Thank you. We do have time for one more question to Paula. Can we have one here?
Hello, Paula.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. My name is Icaro. I'm from a Brazilian company which works with development for systems for enforcement. I would like to ask you which kind of data do you use to understand when it's more possible that we had an accident at a certain point and at certain location, with kind of data and with kind of equipment devices do you use to do this? How is this study to have this information when it's more possible to have an accident to act in order to act previously?
I think he means black spots.
Yeah. So what will happen as well in terms of a fatal or serious injury road traffic collision, in addition to the role that we undertake in terms of investigation and the work our forensic collision investigators do, that road engineers, so actually the local authority road engineers will visit the scene as well. So from that engineering perspective, they look at it. From our data, we look at locations. We look at as well, age profile, gender, times of the day, days of the week, months of the year. So we would look at it from the data we collect. I don't know exactly what technology that those engineers use, but I can talk to you offline. I'll get you those details certainly. But they are very specialist people there, and I know the engineers go out and then they look together and we share our data, and I'll certainly give you my contact details and I'll be able to get that for you.
Perfect, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Paula for sharing her experience with us and really highlighting just how much can be achieved in a small country with the support of government and leadership in road safety and road policing. Paula, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Jonathan.
ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with our discussion and move on to a particularly important technical dimension of road policing and road safety, which is the utilization of tachographs. And this, how these are an important road safety tool. So it's my pleasure to give the floor to Alessio Citran, who is the Manager of Legal Requirements of Continental Automotive Technology. Alessio, please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. So, thank you, Jonathan, and good morning to you all, also from my side. I would like to, with my presentation, I definitely would like to sketch out a little bit the role of the emerging technologies in the automotive industry in supporting the improvement of road safety performance, and more specifically rely upon and looking at the European experience, so the experience of the European countries, which is the role of this recording device that we call the tachograph in securing better road safety records when it comes down to commercial vehicles, so in particular vehicles above 3.5 tons, including then also coaches and buses. I would like first to start with a sort of general assessment regarding what we are experiencing today in terms of really change in the mobility. As I'm quite used to say, we are really shifting from or transitioning from what it was in the past, a kind of 4D society, to a more digital society, so where digitalization, connectivity, they definitely play a role. And we know that we are really taking on a change that is, to a certain point of view, paradigmatic, complex, also inevitable, because we have to redefine to a certain extent the mobility. So we are not seeing a change in just a few transport modes, but a change in the mobility as an entire system. So a kind of new mobility where not only technologies improving road safety are at stake, but also if you look, for example, at the new powertrain development that we are experiencing, where we are definitely changing the concept of the vehicle itself. So this obviously has an impact on road safety as well. We know that the road safety remains quite a complex environment, and at a certain level, and at the same time it also remains a very imperfect environment. So we know that human beings play a pivotal role in the road safety environment, and humans do mistakes. Humans fail, which is a main reason or one of the primary root causes for road accidents. So technologies in the past, I would say also in the present and even more likely in the future, will really help us gain a better understanding about the fact that the road safety really plays as a whole system, and is now part of, as I said before, a mobility that is changing really dramatically. And within the industry, we call this mobility a sort of a transformative mobility. So digitalization, connectivity are emerging as new trends, as new patterns that are working towards and enhance and improve the road safety performance. Knowing that road safety is an environment, which means that the outcomes of improved road safety, they don't never come as a result of one single measure, but there is always a mixture of measures contributing to road safety at the same time. Maybe one measure is more contributing in certain circumstances than others, but it's always a mixed contribution of different variables. So transformational technologies have obviously developed in terms of capability, in terms of application, and in particular they are creating a much more larger ecosystems for improving road safety performances. This applies according through three main layers, through three main domains. One is preventive maintenance, essentially improving the roadworthiness of the vehicle. One is about advanced safety features, We all know now ADAS features, autonomous driving. These are pretty known in the industry, not just for personal cars, passenger cars, but also increasingly for the truck or the coach industry as well. So we have sensors in the truck, in the vehicle, or in the car that are really capable to take in milliseconds a decision whether the vehicle can mitigate, can avoid, or at least mitigate the effects of a road accident. And then you have continuous connectivity, which is not really just about infotainment or getting the latest podcast while you are driving, which is, by the way, a sort of a distraction. But it's to get data. We were talking about data. We were talking about the importance of data. So we have the real-time data that can help optimizing the predictive analytics for accident prevention, but it can also be of help, for example, for emergency response. So very briefly, just sketching out some layers where ADAS and autonomous driving are acting, we see these 6 main domains of actions going from reducing human error to improve the emergency response. And what is also important is that the literature, the research is really confirming that the role of technology is becoming increasingly important, and estimates, some of the research is really estimating that by 2040, the reduction in terms of road fatalities might be around 8%. Which could be, in terms of relative numbers, maybe not really a lot, but I always used to say that even one life saved thanks to technology is worth of any effort that has to be done according and along this path. Very quickly, autonomous driving in trucks is a reality, and this is an example of a piloting we are doing in the USA. It's called Aurora Project. It's a project that we expect to be in full-scale production in 2 years from now, in 2027. But apart from the fact that the technology, is moving really quite fast, it's important to say, 2 things are here important. One is the fact that in the test phases we have already seen that we have improved the road safety records, but not only. And this is important when we will come on tachograph at a later stage. We also observed and improved in terms of efficiency in the vehicle usage, in optimized driving patterns, which also is good for example, environmental sustainability. And then we are securing the scalability of the system across the industry. The second point is that for having technologies for automotive driving working properly, you need, as a backup, a regulatory framework that really is supporting this kind of technology. Without a supporting regulatory framework, coherent administrative regulatory framework, I don't say that it is useless, but it's really very hard to be implemented. So you need, from the legal point of view, from the perspective of the legal requirements, a framework that provides the proper discipline, legal discipline, to make the opportunity to get the most out of the technological advancement. So, narrowing down the analysis, the discussion on the tachograph, we have to start from this picture, which is, I look at my friends at the Rodpole, they know this slide, I think, pretty well. Because it's a kind of pattern set that we are exploring, that we are really canvassing at the level of the European transport sector. You see some changes that are going on, but 2 of them are most important. One is the evolution of the regulatory framework. Over the last 5 to 7 years, the European Union has undergone major changes in the regulatory framework. We call this framework mobility package, which is a bunch of new legal requirements applicable to the commercial sector of the European transport domain, and then the digital age, because digitalization is something that is not really affecting only and already for some time transport fleets, so the transport industry, but the enforcement community at the same time, because digitalization is coming along a path of being brought into the enforcement domain quite importantly, and with quite a significant impact expected for the future. These patterns obviously are part of the more general EU mobility trends, where you can see that road safety is a major one of them. Also, the European Union has a vision to zero fatalities. Also, the European Union has a plan to reduce at least by half fatalities by 2050. It's a hard path, it's a bumpy road, so to say. Unfortunately, the latest data for the latest year are not so very much encouraging, but I want to be optimistic, because if we look at the road safety performance of the commercial vehicles across Europe, we see a positive downward trend over the last 18 years. As I said before, road safety improvements or road safety progress is never the outcome of a single measure. And this is also true for the commercial vehicles. For sure, we had technologies that played an important role, especially when we look at the trucks that are exiting the production line today. Even though the name is the same, a truck exiting the production line today is a completely different product compared to the same truck 20 years ago. It's a platform, it's even not more a truck from a certain point of view. We have the SRC, which is a technology for pre-selection of trucks according to the driving times and the rest periods regulations. We have obviously a compliance, better compliance recorded over time, but for sure we had a role of the tachograph. So here we don't have really estimates of fatality, of lives saved by the use of the tachograph, but some data, some internal data suggest that over the last 18 years there have been more than 1,000, with an overall so to say, social saving in terms of euros, which is sticking around between 2.1 and 2.2 billions of euros across the entire Europe. And for goods, all this happened despite the rise in volumes of freight, which is, I mean, the KPI to be compared with. So, coming to the tachograph very briefly, what I want to say is that we have a product that has evolved from a technical and technological point of view, but mostly has evolved from a legal point of view. So we have here the legal and technical evolution of the tachograph, starting from the mid of the 80s, 1985 to be precise, when we had the first analog tachograph with a paper chart, with diagram charts. Then we moved in 2006 to the digital tachograph, to the first version of digital tachograph, and now we have the second generation of digital tachograph, which has been split between version 1 and version 2, so the first applied since 2019 and the second one since 2023. That's the same timeline, but what is important to see is that, as I said, the technical development of the product has been supported, accompanied, has been backed up, has been incentivized, use the term you prefer, by the legal requirements, by the adjustments of the legal requirements. This is indeed the very first lessons learned that we may observe from the European experience, because we have, first of all, a very complex intertwining, a very complex interaction between the legal domain and technical domain. And this is happening even more increasingly today with the, what we call it, the mobility package, where the impact, the magnitude of the impact are not just from a quantitative point of view, but also from a qualitative perspective, with the rules even more intertwined each other. But for having the system working properly, we need a continuous dialogue. We had been speaking this morning about the role of the enforcement agencies. We have been speaking about the role of data. We have been speaking about the role of a dialogue between industry and the road policing bodies and authorities. We have the need of a continuous dialogue. Technology changes, the market changes, and therefore even the legal requirements must be adjusted accordingly. And then finally, you need obviously a coherent administrative environment. Without a coherent legal framework, even the most perfect legal requirements don't work properly. Even the most perfect technological product cannot really give all the advantages he can. So, moving around, this is, as we call it, a tachograph. Very basically, it's a device recording driving times, rest periods. So its primary focus is road safety. And its primary focus is to prevent driver fatigue, to prevent even overspeeding. These are the two main domain actions where the tachograph is being used. However, as we can see, from these points on, it's not just a tool for improving the road safety. It's not just a tool to make working conditions of drivers more fair and more sustainable. It's not just a tool to make competitiveness on the transport industry market more equitable, making compliance a competitive advantage, not just the lowest cost of the transport activity. That is the most trickiest point that we have been in Europe over the last 20 years, but also making enforcement more cost effective. We all know that enforcement authorities are becoming increasingly understaffed. There is always an issue with funding. We heard that even this morning. So there is an issue to make enforcement more cost effective, and there is a need to make this cost effective enforcement more data driven and more data targeted driven. Then obviously we have a focus on security and privacy. So the tachograph is the first industrial product to be used at the highest level of security when it comes to cryptography and against manipulation and tampering. But the tachograph data are now also important for the transport industry, because we are not just anymore talking about road safety, but we are talking about data that can be used for optimization of the logistics operation. I usually say that there is an evolution in the tachograph as a product, like, the smartphone we all have in our hands. Today we buy a smartphone because it's a phone. Yes, we use it to make calls, but essentially because it's a platform. You have apps inside. You use it for surfing on the web, to make online purchasing, to use it as a tool for working. The tachograph is increasingly moving from just a recording device, a sort of black box, to a platform, because it's moving towards, I just jumped here, then I will go back to the slide, because it's moving toward a platform, to more a cloud-based system where you integrate information coming from different sources, from different domains, not just for enforcement goals, but also for, as I said, logistics optimization, software-defined vehicles operation, to use the tachograph as a tool, not just for road safety, but to improve, for example, the total cost of ownership of the transport industry. I just briefly go back to this slide, because when we think about the tachograph, obviously the first thing that comes to our mind is that this is a European, so to say, a field game. Yes, it is. The tachograph, as we know it, is first of all a European recording device, which is applied to European Union, to the European Union member states. In Europe, it's applied also to UK. It's applied to other members of the European Economic Area, to Switzerland as well. But it's also applied to many other countries. Geographically speaking, still in Europe, but also across the world. And these are the countries where, to our knowledge, we have observed a sort of legislation or a sort of legislative framework requiring a tachograph. We have some South American countries, we have some Arabian countries in the Maghreb region or in the Middle East, even in the Far East with the South Korea. So these are the countries where, to our knowledge, a tachograph legislation is in place. So I want to briefly focus in the very few remaining moments I have for my presentation on this technology, because this is the technology for smart enforcement. This is a technology that is supporting cost effectiveness in enforcement, because it allows through the tachograph to check remotely the vehicle without the need to stop randomly the vehicle itself. So apart from the technical insights that, if you are interested, I'm here available just to get a more dive into that. What is important here is the key message, is that with this technology you make compliance the competitiveness advantage of the transport fleet. No more the lowest cost of the transport activities, but compliance. So respecting the law, becomes your main point of advantage in front of the of your competition. So this is how we see. This is how we see the future for smart enforcement. So a cloud-based smart enforcement approach where you have an integration of different cloud domains, in particular where you have the integration between fleet operator cloud, authority, tachograph, it means manufacturer cloud, but also giving and taking in consideration the fact that in Europe, this is the case, we're also moving towards electronic identification. So there will be a major shift also in terms of digitalization of identity, for example, of the driver. All this using that will be the next generation of tachograph for the future. So I come to my concluding remarks. I said that road safety remains a complex environment, and progress obviously are the outcome of multiple or intertwined variables. Autonomous driving for trucks will not be tomorrow. We'll still need some time, even though the pilot testing phase we are going through are promising in this respect. Technology, we know that plays a crucial role, both directly but also indirectly, because it is a backup of other measures enhancing road safety. Commercial vehicles have obviously a great stake in the road safety environments, and the European experience had demonstrated that we had a continuous and steady downward trend in the number of fatalities where commercial vehicles are involved. Tachograph is pivotal in this trend, is a major tool to secure road safety. It allows compliance with driving times, rest periods, but increasingly it really is setting the scene for much more. Not just a road safety focus, but the large array of secure data it can provide are valuable for logistics, optimization, vehicle roadworthiness, and even control of cross-border transport operation. And last but not least, it is not a black box, and like a black box is really a tool that securely stores data of the vehicle, of the driver. These data are there to optimize the total cost of ownership of the transport fleet, but even more important, they are there for the enforcement authorities, so the tachograph is at the end a tool under the control, in the hands, and for the benefits of the enforcement authorities. Thank you for your attention.
Alessio, thank you very much for those groundbreaking remarks on the status of on the utilization of tachographs in a road safety and a road policing context, but also the emergence of autonomous technologies into commercial vehicles as well, which I know is certainly a very hot topic. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue our theme on relation to autonomous vehicles, and it's my pleasure to give the floor now to Michael Leyendecker from Vitronic Machine Vision. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you for having me. I hope you understand me well. I heard that there was maybe a small issue with the microphone. Okay, so I'm representing Vitronic. We are a machine vision company. What we are essentially doing, we're doing speed enforcement. And thank you to the speaker before me, because one of the topics on the last slide was road safety. It's still not enough, so maybe it's better now. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This one is better? Okay, I try this one. Okay, I'm representing Vitronic, Machine Vision Middle East. We are a company doing enforcement technology, focusing on road safety, so particular speed enforcement. If you are going through Dubai, you will see a lot of our systems. And this is now about the future of road safety in the age of automated driving. Where we are coming from, Vitronic, we are a technology company, a manufacturer based in Germany. We are about 40 years in the market, since 1984. We are a technology company, so it's, at the end of the day, it's all about hardware, software, and innovation. That's where we are coming from. Our revenue was about 240 million euros in 2023. We are investing about 19 million euros per year in R&D and innovation. We have 1,400 employees worldwide and a global network of 80 service partners around the globe. But the focus of our company is Germany and the Central European countries and the Middle East, in particular here the GCC countries. A couple of figures about our experience. In total, we have about 20,000 systems deployed over the globe in the last 20 years. And the focus is on Middle East. As you see, we have almost above 14,000 systems delivered here in the GCC countries. On the lower right-hand side, you see our main product, which is our speed enforcement system, which you see all over the place here in Dubai as well. We are part of a bigger group, which is the PPF group, which is a 43 billion investment group with over 50,000 employees worldwide. The topic today is automated driving, automated vehicles, the safety around robotaxis, so basically the future traffic scenarios of the next 2, 3, 4 decades. The challenges are, there was a media message recently, Dubai is going to driverless taxis by 2026. We have complex traffic situations in Dubai. And if we go a bit more into detail, we see the technical challenges around the automated driving and the automated vehicles. One of the most important things is all these automated vehicles are equipped with sensor technology, be it video systems, so video cameras, be it radar technology, or LiDAR. We are doing, by the way, as well, LiDAR and cameras. And we are well aware of the shortcomings of these sensor technologies. And the main shortcoming is that they have blind spots. If there is no line of sight for a camera, then a vehicle cannot see anything. So this is a structural risk, how we call it, for automated vehicles. The next problem is the mixed traffic. We will have for 2-3 decades, which are coming now, we will have mixed traffic of human drivers and automated vehicles. Both types of vehicles will have different patterns and mechanisms. So, for example, a distracted driver which is looking at his mobile phone during driving and doesn't pay attention might cause an automated vehicle for a sudden brake which can have serious consequences. So the mixture of traffic between human drivers and autonomous vehicles will be a big challenge. Further, by today and for the coming years, the automated vehicles will not be able to handle particularly the complex inner city traffic situations. And this is particularly true for detection of pedestrians in intersections. So the very critical thing is the safe detection of pedestrians and of children in critical zones. What is our solution as a traffic safety company? We are promoting the introduction of safety zones. So within narrowly defined borders to define the interaction between the self-driving vehicles, an intelligent roadside infrastructure, and to deliver security services for the pedestrians, for the human drivers, and for the automated vehicles. At the end, when it comes to implementation, it's all about focusing. So we are suggesting and promoting the focus on the most important areas of concern, which are construction zones. The reason for construction zones is that there's a change in the road pattern, and the digital maps within the automated vehicles, they are not prepared for change of lanes in construction zones. So similar for human drivers, construction zones are a main area of concern. So for both types of vehicles, so for the AVs and for the human drivers, construction zones are a critical area. Second critical area on which we should focus is intersections. Due again to the complexity of pedestrians, of traffic lights, and again of the combination of human drivers and AVs. Here in Dubai, a big topic are the shopping malls. All the access areas to shopping malls can create a big confusion and represent as well a big area of concern. Finally, but not least, and maybe one of the most important things, are the school zones and the children's safety around school zones. Again, on focus in the implementation, as described before, construction zones are a major challenge because for both types of vehicles, human drivers and for AVs, construction zones represent a challenge. That's why we recommend to focus on this. Second is intersections and pedestrian safety. All is based on the detection of roadside equipment, so intelligent roadside equipment. And the big advantage is that a lot of these installations are already existing, so they don't have to be created. These are examples from our product portfolio, but we are not the only one in the market. There are many, many other cameras installed on the roads, not only here in the area, but basically on a global scale. So we are promoting to interconnect these existing technologies and to make it usable for the automatic driving in the future. So it's really not about creating the wheel once again, but to build upon the existing technology which is already on the roads. So our vision is a road safety zone within the ODs, so the operational domains of the automated vehicles. These automated vehicles are introduced always in a defined area. Be it a neighborhood in the city, it can be a whole city, but all of them are introduced in a defined area. And for this defined area, they have digital maps, and we are suggesting to start on the level of these operational domains. This is basically a modular setup. We see different parts of technology which we would use for the introduction of these safety zones. It will be built on which is point 6. It will be based and supported by conventional enforcement systems, but it will be much more. It will be a satellite solution for tracking of AVs, which will be included. There's V2X to come, so which is the communication between the intelligent roadside infrastructure and the vehicles. And again, V2X is a topic for both. It's a topic for vehicles run by human drivers and by automated vehicles. And point 4, again and again, let's focus on hotspots where today already we have high safety risks and issues. So at the end of the day, this is about the future, but it's about the near future. I mean, many countries, I mean, in my country, in Germany, in the US, in China, here in Dubai, everywhere, these robotaxis are introduced. So it's not a topic of the far future. But already today, we can test and implement this technology in dedicated safety areas. And my final word is, let's start today with the school zone safety, because this is a big topic of concern. It can already be done today, and by doing that, we are preparing for the future. Thank you for having me.
We're good now. Michael, thank you very much for that introduction. I think we have some time for some questions, but I'm going to start with the first question, which is, I think the question that everyone immediately asks when we start talking about autonomous vehicles, because the general public seem to think that these are almost available tomorrow or maybe the day after. But as you mentioned, you said the future. You said the near future. In your working on both the technology and the regulatory side that needs to go hand in hand. From your perspective, what does the near future mean in terms of time? We won't hold you to it, but having your insights being at the forefront of this is always of particular interest.
Thank you for the question. I think there are two remarks I would like to make. One thing is the technology is driven by business. I mean, this is global business companies, huge companies. I mean, take Waymo in the US, take Baidu in China. So the business is driven by the companies, and they provide a lot of economic advantages. So this will be one of the main driving factors. The other thing, what you mentioned, is the regulatory framework, and I think this is a topic for police authorities, for politicians, for governments, because they have to provide the regulatory framework. So and in the combination of the both, it's the dynamics of the industry with let's say a public sector which is in dialogue and regulating it. This is the key for success. And let me make one remark. We had the issue with Cruise in San Francisco 2 years ago, where there was a deadly accident which involved a robotaxi, and the deadly accident was not caused by the robotaxi. Still, it led to a stop of the operations of Cruise in the US. So what we see is there, I mean, the political impact, the sensitivity in case something is happening, it will immediately affect the business of the companies. So the topic of dialogue between public and private, I think that's critical.
Thank you very much. We do have time for one question from the audience. Can I open the floor to anyone who might want to avail of the opportunity from some of Michael's experience?
Thank you, Michael. A question about the sensor packages that you're putting on the side of the road and the interaction between those sensor packages and the self-driving logic. So would the information that's available from your sensor packages be made available to the cars themselves to help them see those blind spots? And let me know if you need further elaboration of the question.
Yeah, again, two remarks. I mean, the first thing is the existing roadside infrastructure, all these enforcement cameras, CCTV cameras, they have to be connected. So it's all about connecting existing technology first, and then the communication between the infrastructure will be via V2X. So it's important that the communication between the infrastructure and the car takes place, and both again for vehicles with human drivers and for AVs.
Thank you. I can take one more question if there's a question from the audience. Michael, if I might put one question, because you really did emphasize just how crucial this dimension is in terms of the regulatory frameworks and the ultimate issue of liability. From your perspective, what is the sort of the default setting? Where does liability ultimately always have to remain?
Very good question. In case of an accident, who is responsible? So our approach is we are representing roadside technology. So we are able to provide additional information, safety critical information to both the human driver cars and the AVs. But at the end of the day, it's a bit like a navigation system. So the navigation system can give the driver instruction how to find his way here in busy Dubai. But at the end of the day, the decision whether to go right, left, or straight ahead, this is up to the driver. So, and the driver in the AV world is the AV. So we think we should give them the more comfort, better information, but the responsibility and decision making should stay within the car.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking Michael for his very valuable insights. Waiting for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue with our discussion, and we have one more session before we break for lunch. And really, it's my great pleasure to give the floor to my colleague and compatriot, Associate Professor Lyndall Bates from Griffiths University, Department of Criminology in Queensland in Australia. And she's going to talk about the very important topic of research, road safety and road policing. Lyndall, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, for that kind introduction. And it's always fun being the last presentation before lunch when everybody is thinking about eating, because I certainly know that I'm looking forward to lunch. So thank you very much for having me here today. Thank you very much for the Dubai Police organising and hosting the World Police Summit. You've been such fantastic hosts. So we've heard a lot about the importance of road policing today, but what I want to focus on is how we can use research to improve what the police are doing on the roads in order to save lives and reduce injuries. So what I will be talking about today is why research is important. I'll give a very brief overview of some different types of research. And then I want to talk about 2 research projects that I conducted in conjunction with the Queensland Police Service. And then I'll draw it together with some final thoughts. So why is research important? In a nutshell, research is important because it allows us to solve problems more effectively. It allows us to identify risk factors. So, for instance, we can find out more about the main causes of road crashes, such as driver behaviour, road conditions, and vehicle safety. It also enhances our ability in terms of decision making. So accurate and reliable data allows us to understand the scope and the nature of road safety issues and helps us to develop evidence-based policies and interventions that we can implement. It also allows us to evaluate the effectiveness of those interventions and provides insights for continuous improvement and adaptations of strategy. As well as this, it can also help improve the organisational processes that we use when we implement our interventions. It helps us target interventions. So you might have an intervention that you want for your specific context. So by doing research, you can design interventions for your context that address your specific risk factors. And it's also important for meeting goals, such as the one that Jonathan talked about this morning with the UN Decade of Action for Road Safety, where the aim is to reduce road traffic deaths and injuries by 50% by 2030. We need research to identify if we're actually going to meet that goal. In terms of the types of research, this is a very brief overview, and what this is the Maryland Scientific Methods Scale. So it's a 5-point scale that's used to evaluate the strength of evidence, generally supporting the effectiveness of interventions. It's used particularly in crime prevention and social programs contexts frequently. And what it allows us to do is to make an assessment regarding the rigour and validity of research studies based on the method that's been used. So there's 5 levels here. So the first level is research that's undertaken where there's no comparison group. So you're only looking at the population that's been affected by the intervention. And then as you move up through the levels, it talks about comparing the targeted population with a comparison group. So the comparison group can be unmatched, or it can be matched based on things like gender, age, socioeconomic status. And then the final level is where you've done a randomised control trial. So that's where individuals are randomly assigned to different groups, and that's considered the strongest form of evidence in terms of research. I'm going to talk about some level 5 examples today, but what I really want to emphasise is you can get really useful evidence for road policing practice from all of these types of research. So for instance, if you want to know why people aren't wearing motorbike helmets effectively, you don't necessarily need a comparison group for that. You can go out and talk to some of the people who use motorbike helmets. So there are different types of research evidence, and they all have their place, but this is one way of classifying this. So the first project I want to talk about is one that I conducted in collaboration with the Queensland Police Service. And the Queensland Police Service called it Operation Whiskey Rider. They were very excited. They designed a logo that you can see over there. And the aim of this project was to improve outcomes in an area of known risk. So that dark blue line that you can see up on the slide is about a 30-minute motorcycle ride from the north suburbs of Brisbane up to a place called Mount Glorious. And it's a very popular ride, particularly on Saturday and Sunday mornings. With motorcycle riders, they'll go up in groups, they'll have a coffee with their mates at the top. But it's also a risky road. It's narrow, it's windy, and there's quite a few traffic incidents. And on top of that, there's been some interactions between police officers who are trying to enforce the law and motorbike riders that have been less than positive on this particular road. So we were working with the Queensland Police Service to improve road safety outcomes, but also to improve the interactions and the perceptions of police that the riders were having. So Jonathan talked this morning about deterrence theory, but this is the framework that we used in this particular study, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but it's an idea of procedural justice, which looks at the way that authority, such as police, interact with civilians. So it's based on 4 principles. So citizen participation, the citizen is involved in the interaction with the police officer. Neutrality, so the police officer makes it clear that they're acting in a neutral and non-biased way. So they're not pulling people over on the basis of, say, race or age. Trustworthy motives, so the police are coming from a place where their motives can be trusted. And dignity and respect. They treat the driver or the rider with dignity and respect. So all 4 of these pillars lead to procedural justice, which research has shown enhances citizens' views that police are a legitimate authority, and then there's a whole range of benefits from that. And there's been a lot of research in a criminal justice context around using that framework. So what did we actually do? As I said before, we did a randomised field experiment. So we had 3 official conditions. The first one was a procedurally just random breath test. The second one was a standard random breath test. The third condition was no police at all. And then the 4th condition, I'm calling it a pseudo 4th condition at the moment, is where people weren't pulled over by police, but they saw the police interacting as they drove past them or rode past them. We collected a fair amount of data. So we surveyed the drivers, we surveyed the police officers, we collected data regarding the average travelling speed after the interaction, we collected some de-identified body-worn transcripts, and we will be collecting some crash and offence data. So we could measure a whole range of things, including perceptions of police, road safety attitudes, travelling speeds, as well as the police perceptions and how they implemented the intervention. We ended up with a lot more data than we were expecting. So this is the picture of the random breath test at the bottom of the mountain. As Jonathan spoke about earlier, in Australia, we not me personally, but police officers have the authority to pull drivers and riders over for a breath test. And they can do this legally, and it provides us with an opportunity to have a meaningful interaction by the roadside. So this is the random breath test in action. On our experimental days, we also had a member of the research team there from Griffith University, and they were generally a former serving police officer themselves. And then at the top of the mountain, at the cafe at the top of the mountain, we had research staff members as well to collect surveys from the drivers and riders. So in terms of this particular experiment, we had 53 research days on Saturdays and Sundays. That involved 34 police operations. For drivers and riders that completed the short survey, they got a coffee. So there were, we gave out 1,500 coffees. We collected about 2,000 surveys. People could opt in to do a longer survey if they wanted. We got 120 police surveys. We got body-worn transcripts, de-identified body-worn transcripts of 10% of the interactions. And we're still compiling the data, but we've also got some information about the average time, the average speed that people were travelling after the interaction. So, key findings in a nutshell. So we had over 1,500 procedurally just random breath test intercepts, and we had nearly 2,000 standard RBT intercepts during the experiment. And when we look at those that were involved in the procedurally just intercept versus the no police condition, those who'd experienced the procedurally just interaction, they thought that the police were more interested in safety compared to revenue. We also looked at the procedurally just versus the standard RBT, and those who'd been exposed to the standard random breath test thought that the police were more interested in revenue than safety. We found that police officers who were more open to innovation, expected that there'd be greater changes in driver and rider behaviour, and they were more likely to believe that the perceptions improved public perceptions. The procedurally just random breath test did take longer. It was an average of 88.77 seconds compared to 54 seconds for the standard interaction. But in terms of the police perceptions, they didn't actually perceive a difference in length. And I think that's quite an important point operationally, because if they don't feel like it's taking longer, they're generally happy to do it. So we actually gave the police officers a script, but we asked them to adapt it to their own language. And the script was designed to incorporate these 4 principles of procedural justice. And the police actually designed an online training course to help the police officers implement it. But when we looked at the transcripts, the police officers didn't do every single element. And in actual fact, it appears like there were some elements that they struggled with. So they were quite good at introducing themselves. They were quite good at mentioning the number of deaths on the road. But when it came to saying things like advising that the mountain roads were dangerous, less than 30% of the interactions involved that. They were quite good at explaining the survey. They weren't particularly good at asking if there are any questions, so less than 15% of the interactions involved that. But they were really, really good at providing a positive send-off at the end of the interaction. So the big question is, did this have an impact on behaviour? And as I said earlier, I don't know this yet because we're still compiling the data. But I'm going to talk about another experiment where we do know that a procedurally just interaction has an impact on speeding behaviour. And that's the Queensland Speeding Engagement Trial. So this is where we used a written format with speed camera infringement notices, and we wanted to know if procedural justice had an impact if it was delivered in a written format and didn't have an impact on subsequently detected speeding behaviour. So again, it was a randomised control experiment. We worked in conjunction with the Traffic Camera Office, with the Queensland Police Service, and we assigned batches of traffic infringement notices to either the control condition, so that's your normal speed camera notice, or the experimental condition where they got an additional flyer containing the principles of procedural justice. And then we followed up the people who'd received the infringement notices 12 months later to see if they'd committed any further offences. This is the flyer that we sent out. Please be kind. It was designed by researchers. I'm sure it would look a lot better if we had marketing people involved. But it incorporated those 4 principles and it aimed to reduce speeding and other traffic infringements. The pie diagram down there in the bottom right, so in Queensland, our speed camera fines don't go into consolidated revenue. They go into a camera detected offence fund, and that money has to be spent on certain things to improve road safety, and the letter outlines what those things are. So what did we find? So we sent out, we had over 16,000 people involved in this trial, and we found that for those who were 25 years or older, they were 11% less likely to have a speeding fine if they received that flyer with their traffic camera notice. There was no difference for those who were under the age of 25, and happy to talk about some possible reasons for why that might be later. We also had a look at whether it had an impact on other traffic offences apart from speeding, and we didn't find any difference at all. So, some final thoughts. Research is beneficial and important in the road policing and the road safety space. It's important because it helps us target intervention programs, it helps us to know if we're meeting our goals, and it helps us to reduce deaths and injuries. So we do need to have continued collaboration between researchers, policymakers, and law enforcement professionals. We need continued investment. We need to encourage the ongoing investment in road safety and road policing research as we develop innovative and best practice solutions. And we need to keep enhancing our evidence base. As we've heard from earlier today, there's lots of technological change happening, so we need to keep moving forward and developing that evidence base. Before I finish, I would like to acknowledge some of our funders. I would also like to mention that I led teams of people, so I'd like to acknowledge all the people involved in this work. And then thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Lyndall. That was very informative. We do have a few minutes for questions. If anyone would like to pose a question to Lyndall, please, Michael.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I found it indeed very interesting. I memorized that as a result that 11% of the above 25-year-old drivers were less likely to be speeding afterwards. How would you consider the effectiveness of the, let's say, the whole program? And do you think there is potential to increase this level of 11%, or are you already happy with 11% less being likely to be speeding?
Very good question. So that I think we can improve the 11%. So that 11% was based on the flyer that you saw up there, which was developed by researchers. So we didn't actually test it with anybody before we put it out. I think if we ran some focus groups and we tried some different kinds of flyers, we could get more than 11%. And I also think we could start reducing the numbers for the younger drivers as well. We might be able to get a message that's more attuned with what what resonates with them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Luna, can I ask you a question? So far today, there's been a lot of mention on data. But there seems to be, I think, a bit of a disconnect between data and research. And how do you think we can better align those so that the data that police are working on is seen to include research findings, and so this is seen as really that supporting and facilitating good research becomes core to good policing practice?
Really good question. So data is critical. We actually used official offending data to reach that 11% figure, so we can incorporate that into research. But administrative data does have some limitations. So, for instance, it doesn't capture the perceptions of people, which is really important. It doesn't capture attitude change. And these are where we need to use different approaches. So it's about using the official administrative data in conjunction with other forms of research methods.
Thank you very much. So it is now time for lunch. I hope everyone's hungry. Basically, I understand the restaurants are that way. But we will reconvene here at 1:30, and so we'll have some further detailed discussions about experiences from the United Kingdom. We have experiences from Toronto. We have a focus on the enforcement data, or the enforcement experiences data that comes out of the ESRA, the e-survey on road user attitude, which has been implemented in some 30 plus countries. So Isabel's going to be talking about that later this afternoon. So please join us, and we'll continue this in-depth dialogue together. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly always keep the headset on. Channel 2 for Arabic translation, Channel 3 is for English. And now we will have a panel discussion about bridging communities, enhancing law enforcement support for people of determination. And as a part of UAE's Year of the Community, this session will explore best practices, challenges, and innovative approaches in policing and emergency response for people of determination. My panelists will be Colonel Abdurrahman Al-Tamimi, Deputy.
World Police Summit is coming to the last half. Please note that AI in policing will start with deepfakes, the new frontier. Arena B is going to be talking about bridging, enhancing the law, bridging communities. We have Arena C starting with Colin Stairs. And we have emerging technologies adoption in police and military academies taking place on Arena D. Please join your arenas now not to miss the interesting sessions. Thank you.
Thanks to you, and we are here already. We're on time, actually. So I'm pleased to have Colonel Abdurrahman Al-Tamimi here on stage, the Deputy Director for International Affairs Bureau, Ministry of Interior, of course, for the UAE. And I've got Daniel Dahami, the Principal Accessibility Consultant, Design Confidence in UAE as well, and Razwana Begum bint Abdul Rahim, the Head of Public Safety and Security Program from Singapore. And as a moderator, I've got Eitan Charnov, the Secretary for the Secure Communities Forum. Have a nice time.
Thank you so much for having us. It's really exciting to be here. I'm Eitan. I'm a firefighter originally from the United States, and I'm privileged to be part of the Secretariat of the Secure Communities Forum. The forum is a sort of global virtual think tank initiated by the UAE's Ministry of Interior, meant to bring us, the public safety professionals, in touch with the rest of the world, whether it be social activists, technologists, parents, educators, to try to improve the way we work on underaddressed safety challenges, from securing the video game space to make it safer for children, to tackling how criminals are using AI. But I think our flagship program that we're most proud of is a very active working group we've created. It's actually the only one of its kind in the world. It's an international working group on law enforcement and people of determination, what we in the UAE call people with disabilities. And I'm honored to be joined here by some of our most active members today. And throughout this session, we're going to have a very informal conversation on this really, really important topic. And we hope that the audience leaves with questions rather than answers, and with a notion that this is something we need to prioritize more. So we're going to kind of explore through different professions. We have very different people here, from law enforcement to the structural engineering space, serious and senior educator, Professor Razwana at the end, and a nominated member of Singapore's parliament. So we want to kind of explore this issue together from a practical law enforcement angle, from an engineering angle, and from a legislative angle, and try to look at how we can really create safer communities. I'll just share one more thought before we start the discussion. So 20% of the global population fall under the category of people of determination. That actually makes them the largest minority group in the world. And as governments strive to cater to their diverse populations, we need to factor in this minority group as one that also requires special attention and dignity the same way we do with other groups. So that's sort of the context of the discussion. I think without further ado, we'll have each panelist maybe introduce themselves, just going down in order from the Colonel, and then I'll ask a few questions, but I want this to be a free-flowing discussion. Our panelists should feel free to chime in, challenge what we're saying, challenge what we're asking, and we'll leave time also for questions from the audience as well. So, Colonel, could you please introduce yourself?
All right. بسم الله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله.
This is Colonel Abdurrahman Al-Tamimi, Deputy Director General of the International Affairs Bureau in the Ministry of Interior of the United Arab Emirates. I'm a policeman by profession. I've been in the police force for about 23, 24 years now. I've done it all from investigations, crime scene, to strategic planning, strategic management, child protection. I'm still in child protection still. And right now managing the portfolio of international law enforcement and international law enforcement cooperation in the Ministry of Interior. We are here because we are the founders of the Secure Communities Forum, and our teams are participants always on these, on all the activities that are related to Secure Communities Forum.
Thank you so much. Dania?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us today. My name is Dania Adami. I am a principal consultant of accessibility and inclusion. I've been working in the region for the past 8 years, working on accessible infrastructure for people with disabilities of all disabilities and in all types of facilities. So that includes, policing facilities, hospitals, schools, hotels, tourism attractions. It can go on all ranges. And we're seeing a lot of growth in here in terms of inclusion and going for an independent, dignified life for people of determination, of all kind of determination, have the right and have the freedom to choose where they want to go to get the services that they need. So I'm very happy to be here, and I'm happy to delve into the topic.
Thank you so much. And Professor?
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. My name is Razwana, and I'm from Singapore University of Social Sciences. But before I joined the university, I was working with the Ministry of Social and Family Development. And in that role, I was mainly working as a probation officer, but within the rehabilitation and protection group. We also had child protection, and recently we've also included adult protection as part of the system that we have in protecting individuals and vulnerable family members. And one of the things that I've been doing quite actively is to bring in the practice wisdom that I used to have when I was working in that area for maybe close to 20 years, and how we could teach law enforcement officers in this area. So my current position within the university, I'm managing a program called Public Safety and Security, and my students are generally from the Ministry of Home Affairs, and they are law enforcement officers. So the wisdom, in terms of teaching them courses like that's related to social work and how you protect children and how you protect people with disabilities. So these are all factors that I try to put in when I work with my students.
Thank you so much for introducing yourself. So the way we're going to do this today is first sort of define in very clear and simple terms what a person of determination is and what are sort of some of the main categories. And then we're going to zoom straight in, very tactical, starting off talking about sort of law enforcement interactions. And we're going to zoom all the way out to the role of government and legislation and touch on everything in between. So, Dania, if you could first tell us a little bit about what disabilities actually are, especially focusing on invisible disability for a little bit. Dania used to work at the Zaid Higher Organization, has tremendous knowledge on this field. So maybe if you could start us off with some definitions.
Of course. So a disability is an impairment, and that could be a mobility impairment, so a physical impairment, could be a hearing impairment, could be a visual impairment, and could be a cognitive impairment. It could be temporary, but it also could be permanent. What it is something that obstructs your daily activities, something that can stop you from doing what someone without a disability could do. So this is a very, very general definition of a disability. Now, the thing is that taking a look at each of these disabilities, there is a whole spectrum. So a mobility disability can go all the way from someone using a wheelchair to someone using, for example, a cane. Or a visual impairment can be something, or someone who is wearing glasses, or someone without wearing glasses. Same thing goes with hearing impairments. Some people with hearing impairments do wear hearing aids and some don't. So this brings me into the topic of invisible or hidden disabilities and visible disabilities. Now, we often talk about physical disabilities when we mention someone with a disability. We immediately go into thinking about someone on a wheelchair. But reality is there are so many disabilities out there that we cannot see when we first encounter that person. And therefore, we are trying to implement these new solutions or new methods of identifying these people with certain disabilities. And here, for example, in the UAE, we're very lucky to be one of the countries that recognize those hidden disabilities through an initiative called the Sunflower Lanyard. So if you walk in now to airports, you'll see a lot of people actually wearing the sunflower lanyards, and that identifies that this person, even though we can't see them on a wheelchair or we can't see a visible disability, they do have some sort of invisible disabilities. And really, these are very vulnerable minority of people with disabilities because they're often mistreated. They come in and say, we have a disability, and the person they're encountering with or dealing with might respond to them saying, where is it? I don't see it. And that's why implementing such systems have become very important. And I find it very important in the policing field as well, because if you're coming in to a facility and you're trying to feel that safety, you need to be recognized. You need to feel that sort of belonging or inclusion. And I think that's where it starts, to include those invisible disabilities and raise awareness about them.
Sure. Thank you so much for that context. You know, our working group is very active. We have police and advocates from all over the world. And what's really interesting in this group is we really naturally started using a different term. We don't refer to them as people with disabilities. We refer to them as people of determination. This is a term unique to the United Arab Emirates, but it's slowly catching on. And you know, it's exciting for me to see when I'm CC'd on emails between Portuguese police and our working group that they're using our language because it speaks to them. Colonel, could you tell us a little bit about the philosophy behind this term, and then maybe also tell us how you see the role of law enforcement vis-a-vis the way we're supposed to engage with people with disabilities?
All right. So just looking at people with determination, if you think about the daily tasks, the mundane tasks you do every day, you don't even think about them. You wake up, you shower, you brush your teeth, you get dressed, you go to work, you do whatever without even thinking about it. But for some people, determination, every single task, every single mundane task is a struggle. So for them just to operate, just to live their normal life, they have to struggle every single step of the way. That shows how much determination they have to have. That shows how much resilience they have to have. And that shows how much spirit they have. So they can go on and live their lives just to live their life. But then imagine when you have them thriving, being productive in their communities and societies, contributing to their countries and to their people. So that tells you how much determination and how much resilience and how much strength of character and overall strength they have. So the name or the term people of determination, it is an Emirati coined term. Nobody used it before us, but it speaks to the logic. It tells you these people are not people who are disabled. They are people who have so much more determination and resilience and strength and willing to live and contribute than the normies, than all of us. So that is why that term came to existence, because the United Arab Emirates and this leadership realizes and recognizes the positive in everything. Yes, people of determination might have some limitation. Some will be sensory, some will be, I guess, mental or physical or whatever. But, you know, if you compare them to other people who are doing the same thing in the society, they will surpass any other person. So that tells us why this term was coined. And then, you know, just the mindset and the culture of the United Arab Emirates is to look at the positive, always look at the positive, always reinforce what is good. Yes, these people, they have a hard life. It is hard. Nobody can argue it. But they also have and show so much spirit in the way they tackle this life. So this, just saying people of determination, is a term that is endearing to these people, and telling everybody else that these people, they do what you're doing, yes, but they spend so much effort and so much more energy to do what you do. And they keep on doing it every single day. They are the most productive parts of the community, once they are given the chance to fulfill their potential. So with that in mind, for law enforcement, our job is to include everybody. I always say that policing in the United Arab Emirates is community-based policing. That means the community itself gives us the permission to police them. And for us to police this community and to help them, they have to participate, to be a part of this process of keeping everybody safe and keeping the community safe. So safety is always by inclusion. We have to include everybody so they can trust us and they can give us the ability to provide that protection and help to them. It is for people of determination. They are an integral part of our society, and there's so much focus and support that's provided to them to allow them to reach their full potential. And for us, as law enforcement, to do our job correctly, they have to be involved with us. They provide us with the guidance and the help to show us how we can help them best and how we can provide the services they need so they can contribute and be productive parts of this community.
Thank you so much. So while we're talking about law enforcement on a tactical level, I also want to talk about corrections, which is something, we gave a talk on a similar topic several months ago at a conference, and the number one question we got from the audience afterwards was, well, what about in prisons? And so I wanted to take an opportunity to correct that and talk a little bit about that here. So statistics out of the UK, for example, 40% of prisoners have some form of disability. And so we need to also give attention and care to those populations as well. Professor Aswana, can you talk a little bit about disability care in corrections and in rehab and recovery?
Thank you. I think before I talk about that, I would like to applaud and recognize UAE for their terms, because I always believe that language creates reality, and the way that we describe people with determination actually gives us that opportunity to include them as part of a contributing member of the society. So when I was working as a probation officer, my job was to recognize whether this individual can be placed in the community and not in prison. So that was my main role. And one of the criteria is always, what is the risk to public safety? So we need to ensure that this individual is not going to get into trouble again, and there's not going to be another person who's a victim. So when we are looking at all this, when we're doing the assessment, most of the time we realize that sometimes this individual would have come through child protection, and the reason why they go through child protection is because they've had parents who are not able to care for them. And these parents who are not able to care for them, perhaps they have had some mental health issues or even physical disabilities that has made them, not be a good caregiver. So you realize that it's a cycle of violence, and this perpetuates, and this actually causes a lot of harm, not just to the family, but also to the next generation that's coming on board. So looking at all this, in Singapore's prison at least, we try our very best to look at what will be the targeted intervention that we can provide. So even before they go into prison, we would do a risk assessment, and if need be, get the psychologist to come in and do a psychological assessment. And sometimes they are even referred to the hospital to do a psychiatric assessment. And with that, if the risk is too high to be placed in the community, they will go into prison, and in prison, they will get the targeted intervention that's required according to the plan that we provide for them. So it's all about measuring their risk and what will be the protective factors in trying to identify the areas that we can work with. But I think one of the other things that we can do better is that when you're looking at safeguarding, and you're looking at protecting, and especially if the professionals are in public safety and security, I think it's a holistic approach. It has to be what we call a whole of government approach. So when a child goes into kindergarten, for instance, we're able to assess the person's disabilities, or what will be the challenge at the beginning, and we provide support so that they don't end up dropping out of school and getting into trouble and being what we call at-risk youth, which is something not a very positive term. So I think all of those things come in, and as a society, I think the measurement of a good society would be, how do we ensure that everybody is on the same page. Everyone is given the same kind of support, regardless of what will be their deficits or what will be their challenges. Because if you give everybody that opportunity, and with the right support, be it infrastructure or be it policy, you would be able to see them contributing back. And that's a good thing at the end of the day.
Thank you so much. We're going to stay still at the tactical level with one last question before we start to slowly zoom out. So this is another question for you, Colonel, and then Dani, I have two for you. There are horrible stories, some of which I've witnessed as a medic in the West, of police greatly misjudging situations as they encounter people with disabilities and misinterpret their behavior as threats or violence. You know, this is something that I've been in the UAE for years working with public safety agencies, and there's something different about the security culture here. What are we doing differently here that really prevents these type of horrible mistakes from happening? What are the law enforcement officers being taught to do differently that allows us to maintain dignity even in sometimes stressful situations towards all segments of society?
All right. So with regards to how law enforcement deals with the people and the public, the United Arab Emirates is an exception. You know, if you look at different countries in the world, it's different. So the way we train our people, even in basic training, that you try to provide the best service to the people. You have to make them feel safe, and you have to provide as much help as you can. Even if that person is in the wrong, even if they did something wrong, they are still humans and they still have legal rights, and they have to be taken care of and dealt with in a certain way. With regards to people of determination, we have actually improved on our training. We have included, specialized training for our officers, for our frontliners to deal with people of determination. We have given sign language classes. We have given them different classes and courses with regards to trying to discern or identify if a person that they're dealing with is a person of determination who has some kind of maybe limitation or disability that is not visible, as Daniel said. So this is very important, and this is something we are drilling into our people, and this is something that's ongoing. We don't stop it, we keep on doing it, and we try to improve and build upon it. Even through the Secure Communities Forum, we have come up with toolkits and specific scenario-based trainings for our people, for our frontliners, where they can provide that service to people of determination, even if they're not really sure what kind of disability or limitation that person in front of them has. So it's very important that you drill that. You have to build that awareness, and you have to drill it so deep into your people, into your frontliners, that it is a second nature to them. When somebody is acting different, they should not view it as an aggressive or a violent behavior. They need to look at it. There are different signs that can tell you that person in front of you has some kind of limitation or issue. And they are trained. We hope that they will be able to discern and spot those differences between violent or aggressive behavior or a person who has an actual limitation, or a person with determination who is put in a situation where they feel scared or unsafe or having to deal with the authority figure. Sometimes they will act out. So this is very important, and this is something we're working on. We're trying to make sure that whatever safety procedures, whatever safety we provide is inclusive. It includes everybody, every element of the society. It's not only limited to the people who don't have any limitations, don't have any disabilities. No, we have to include people of determination because it's very important, and we are working on that and improving on it and building on it. We are learning. We are not perfect, nobody is, but we are just improving on what we do. We learn from our mistakes, and we learn from our partners all the time.
So what you said actually reminds me of a personal story that I experienced 3 years ago. As a medic and firefighter, I do a lot of assessments for emergency services. And I was 1 week in Europe with an ambulance service, just observing to make recommended changes. And we encountered a scene of an unwell individual who was standing in the road blocking traffic. Doesn't matter in which Western country this is. And police were there. And the police officers, the second they arrived, ran to the street, tackled the guy, and dragged him out of the street. Okay? And it was like almost surreal timing. The next week I found myself in the Northern Emirates, observing one of the ambulance services here in the Emirates, and I encountered the exact same incident. This was in Ajman. This isn't in Dubai where there's tourists watching and everything. This is in the middle of the Northern Emirates. Same incident. There's somebody who clearly is going through a mental health crisis at this time, standing in a road, sort of blocking traffic. And when the police officer arrived, the first thing he said is, "Take as long as you need, I'm here." And I have chills telling the story right now because it was so different than what I had experienced the week before at literally the same exact call. And when we do advocacy on this topic for Secure Communities Forum, we try to remind police officers, usually you're not in a split-second life and death decision. Take a deep breath and wait. And to see that that was the instinct of this officer in Ajman was very impressive to me and really stuck with me to this day. I want to zoom out now, Danya, and talk a little bit more holistically. When buildings are being built, there are people like you who are here to make sure that they're built safely. But there's very few people who are here to make sure it's built safely for everyone. You're really one of the few experts in the world on this topic, on disability and physical infrastructure safety. And of course, it makes sense that you'll be based here, of course, doing work in the UAE. You know, when disaster strikes, emergency services have limited resources, and we start to triage who we help and how we help. What are you doing, or what can be done from a physical construction standpoint to make sure that buildings allow everyone to find safety?
All right, thank you so much, Ethan, for this question. And just to build on the 2 points that you guys were mentioning. So first of all, the feeling of safety comes from 3 different pillars: the people, the places, and the policies. And I feel like we talk a lot about policies here, and I'll be talking about places and people, but the 3 of them are very important to create that feeling of safety. I'll zoom out with you as well, Ethan. And I'm sure everyone here travels a lot, and I myself travel a lot. And whenever I'm outside of the UAE, I cannot wait to be back into any of the Emirates airports. Why? Because I have that feeling. I can remember the smell of the airport. I love the Dubai airport. I love the Abu Dhabi airport. And there is a feeling of welcoming the moment you step in. And that feeling doesn't only come with the smell and the people. The people are treating people with, welcoming them. They always have a smile on their face. They are the only officers from around the world and from all the airports that I've been to that you don't actually feel like you're, bringing in something in that you shouldn't bring in. But it's also the brightness of the space, the openness of the space, the soft edges. So I don't know if you've noticed this, but if you go to like any of the Western countries, when you go to a police officer, it's usually, or any other countries, they're sitting in like a box, a box with sharp edges.
A small box usually.
Small box usually, like a cubicle, and you have to like maneuver around it. Most of the airports here, actually, these boxes are circular. There's like a soft edges to them. That feeling creates a safety feeling within you without you, it's subconscious. So I'm here trying to create that feeling for everyone, for all types of disabilities, and in fact, for all types of abilities. So just imagine walking into, you're trying to like order something at a counter, and the counter is like this high, and the person is sitting on few steps. How do you feel? How would you feel just trying to interact with that person? You'll not feel very safe. You're not going to feel very welcomed. And that's exactly how people with disabilities feel when we do not include them in the design of the space. And let's zoom in into policing, or community centers, or police stations. Police stations can welcome or host the most vulnerable minorities and the most vulnerable people. And during these situations, whenever you walk into a police station, even if you've never done anything wrong or you're trying to justify something, you still feel very vulnerable. creating a welcoming space, whether it's through lighting, whether it's through considering the different disabilities and how we can create, you know, a journey across the station. And I'm not only talking about creating, you know, prisoner cells that are accessible. I'm creating public spaces within the station that are accessible. The moment they enter, are there accessible parkings outside? Can an elderly woman visit her son, for instance? Can that person go into the station and receive the same services as anyone else? All of these kind of stuff we take into consideration from the very early on in the design, as we should, of course. And because, again, we're talking about safety here, creating safe space starts with inclusion, creating a welcoming space for everyone. Because as Colonel was saying, when you create that welcoming space, people will feel safe to talk to you, approach you, tell you about their problems, go in and tell you maybe they've done something wrong, you know? So it all starts with creating inclusive spaces, creating those safe spaces for everyone, and ensuring that we're universal and getting everyone's abilities or, you know, getting people of determination to experience places and receive all the services just like everyone else. So I don't know if that answered your question, Itan.
It does. Let's zoom out further now and really look at this topic from a national level. Rizwana, you're also a nominated member of Singapore's parliament. Can you talk a little bit about case studies or recommendations on a legislative level and what can be done to really ensure that not only law enforcement agencies have the proper knowledge and training, but also what we can mandate in public spaces, what we can mandate from facilities that ensures the proper care for this population group?
Thank you for that question. Just to clarify as well, I'm a retired nominated member of parliament.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay.
Because we got into election on the 3rd of May. Anyways, I think it's a very important question in terms of how do we define what is safety and what is security. So if you look at it from a government's perspective, Singapore is one of the safest countries in the world. We also have very good airports, by the way, right? I think the priority usually is that you want to look at security. You want to ensure that security is well taken care of so that you can bring in businesses, you can attract investments, you can ensure that people come to your country and they would feel safe, right? So the rule of law, the way that you uphold your justice system, all of those things are important. But at the same time, it is highly possible that you can walk into a very secured environment and still not feel safe. So it's that feeling of safety that is also important. So how do we balance that between having something that is purely secured, but at the same time when the person walks in, it's still not a safe space, you're still not able to discuss or share your issues. One of the things that we have realized increasingly with the changes with the social media, the younger generation, there is a lot of exposure in terms of what's happening in other countries as well. So the government can no longer just come up with the legislations without actually engaging with the public. So there is a lot of emphasis on co-creating, not just the legislations. Some legislations, you need to come in and do it quickly. So for instance, during COVID, we had to implement things very quickly, right? But there are other legislations that you can actually discuss with the population, discuss with the people who are going to be affected by that legislation. And then subsequently, one of the things that we do in Parliament, of course, is debate on those policies, right? And we have different people representing. So one of the things that we have is a nominated member of Parliament, and we come from different sectors talking about it from our perspective. So as a former social worker, as someone who is in the university setting and now, teaching students, I'm able to come in and bring in my perspective in terms of, have you looked at it from the perspective of a offender who's going into prison? He may not know how long he's going to be in prison because of the offense that he has committed, but he's also got mental health issues. I've worked with so many different types of individuals in conflict with the law. Worked with someone who has got, who's blind, but he's also a sex offender, but he's blind, right? So what do we do in those kind of circumstances? Because he is a risk to the community, because he will go on to commit that crime again and again because he has done it before, but at the same time, he's got this disability. I worked with a woman, it was a very unfortunate case. She had mental health issues and depression. She gave birth to a baby. She claimed that the baby was born, did not breathe, and she kept the body of the baby for 6 months. So that's an offense because you're supposed to report birth and you're supposed to report death. And she didn't do that. So under those kind of circumstances, then what do we do? Because there was a child that has passed on, and then you have a woman who has got through all these, difficulties and challenges. So really, it's about going down and looking at every case on an individual basis. From a law enforcement perspective, from the legal perspective, the law is there, yes, the law is supposed to go according to what is written in the statute, but at the same time, when you get everyone else's input, when you're looking at a young person in the court setting, you have the psychologists, you have the general community members who are coming in and giving that perspective, you have doctors who are giving a report, the judge would take in all this into consideration. So I think the role of the government really is, yes, security is really important, but at the same time, how do we create all these rules and regulations and policies, even building our infrastructures in a way that would ensure safety, that you can make someone feel safe so that they can come forward and help you in terms of, keeping the law, help you in terms of, coming forward and say, I've done something wrong. Is there something that I can do to make up for it? I think that's the whole objective that we are trying to get at.
Thank you so much. We're going to continue zooming out. We started off on the tactical level. We talked about disasters. We zoomed out to national. What about international, right? We're at Secure Communities Forum. We're focused on international collaboration, right? We're an initiative supported by the Ministry's International Affairs Bureau. And that's all you do all day is how do we learn from each other, right? How can we learn from each other on this topic on a global scale?
Okay, so we spoke about the training, we spoke about the awareness, we spoke about the toolkits. But, for that, I guess, response to be holistic, to be on an international level, you need to share that kind of information. As you mentioned, the same situation happened in 2 different countries with 2 distinctly different reactions from law enforcement. I mean, that does not mean that the ones who handled the situation badly had any malice or malicious intent, or they did not want to protect the community. No, they're doing it. They're doing it the way they learned how to do it, or how they were taught to do it. So we learn from everybody. And if we're doing something right now we think is good, which is, let's say, this training that we've done, the specialized training, these toolkits, these scenarios, these training that we've done with our partners, if this is something that we think is good, it's our obligation and our duty to share it. As law enforcement, as an international arm of law enforcement in the United Arab Emirates, and through the Secure Communities Forum, we are doing just that. We are trying to build those connections, to work with our partners throughout the world and tell them, okay, this is an issue, this is something, this is a component in every society, in every community around the world. Are you well equipped to deal with it? This is what we're doing in the United Arab Emirates. This is what we thought with our partners. We're not doing it on our own. We have think tanks, we have people working with us, we have experts who have helped us build these toolkits and these trainings. We got from them that knowledge and we implemented it, and hopefully we're getting some good results. So are you doing the same? Do you have something better? If you have something better, please, by all means, share it with us and we'll try to learn and we'll try to improve on what we have. If you don't, let's discuss this toolkit. Let's discuss this training, this scenario that we can run, and we can work together and deal with it and try to just, share that knowledge and share that best practice with other countries, because at the end of the day, we want to do this for every single person of determination around the world, not only in the United Arab Emirates. We want this to be a service that is a standard. We want safety by inclusivity or inclusiveness of everybody in the society. We want it to be the standard of law enforcement, not an option. We want everybody to be involved, everybody to be included in the law enforcement process and in the protection of the society. And people of determination are no exception. They have to be a part of it, and they have to give us their feedback. But if this practice is not in another country, maybe if they start doing it, they'll learn something from their people. Maybe we can learn something from them as well.
Thank you so much. I want Danya sort of, you used to work for one of the big NGOs in the UAE that deals with this issue. So, you're surrounded by former government officials on either side of you. So I want you to look at this topic from that perspective, right? What is the wish list from communities, from law enforcement on this? What are things that law enforcement, and this is an agnostic question, I'm not talking about the UAE, this could be a question asked anywhere, right? What would be the 2 asks of civil society to law enforcement on the topic of people of determination?
Well, I think that's the reason why we're here. The 2 asks would be to include them in one, decision making. So in the very foremost, they are the end users of these spaces. So their engagement in decision making, whether it be in like community forums, having their opinion on certain projects, that is one ask. The other ask is probably creating spaces for them that feel safe, that look safe, that are inclusive, by infrastructure, by further training of people, of law enforcement, whether it be in police stations or in airports or wherever it may be, and basically creating more policies for them. And we were just talking about it right before actually stepping into this panel. For example, considering them in evacuation plans. This is very, very important. The ingress of people of determination and the egress of people of determination is quite important. So I think these are the 2 major asks. One is early engagement of this community, of this minority, and 2 is creating safer places for them, more inclusive places for them.
Thank you so much. So we have exactly 7 minutes left, and before I ask each of you to share sort of your concluding remarks, I just wanted to turn the mic to the audience. Does anybody have any questions or yes? Can we get him a mic?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Sort of.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Ethan, thank you very much for excellent panels. We touched upon many topics such as training, disaster, crisis, and so on. So I think one of the puzzle is missing or something important to talk about. When you mentioned Colonel Abdullah, we do the training. I'm aware that at the police academy, you train the cadet or the police officer for all kind of situations, running, jumping, and things. You make him so fit. Okay, my question is, once we talk about disaster and crisis, then we're facing two types of trauma: physical trauma and psychological trauma. Physical trauma is easy to detect, but psychological trauma is hard to detect and stays with the people for ages, years and years. And this only not affecting him and his family, and the getting bigger and bigger problem. So my talk let's talk directly is PTSD. So how much you give training for police academy for PTSD? Can I hear from you, Mr. Abdullah, or anybody regarding PTSD, especially among police officer or policemen? Thank you.
Do you want to answer it?
All right. So just if I understand clearly, you're asking about the kind of support we're providing law enforcement officers with regards to PTSD. Yeah? Okay. Well, I mean, that wasn't the topic of the discussion, but I'll touch on it anyway. We have, our people, yes, they are trained. So when they go through that physical training, they also go through some kind of psychological training because of all the pressures and the things that are put on them during their time before they even enter the field. It develops mental toughness for them not to be affected as any other person. That's one. Another thing, every year there's a medical examination and there's a psychological check that they have to go through. So they have to do all these things, on a regular basis, where we can provide them support. If there's an issue, maybe it can be detected. But in the United Arab Emirates, Allahumma lakal hamd, so the services are there. Psychological support is available within the police departments where they have, medical departments, they provide that service, and throughout the country, throughout the health system. So if there's somebody that will go through that, they can reach out and seek help. But with us, as commanders, for example, we need to focus on the people that might be traumatized. So there are certain fields, and one of them falls under us, let's say child protection. People who work with child protection, they see a lot of, not savory things, and that affects them. And we keep a closer eye on those people. There's an evaluation that is done regularly, and there's, these sessions that happen with these officers, and if there's a need for medical support, they get it. But this is, that wasn't the topic, so I don't know if that answers your question.
I just want to add, I'm going to come to you in 1 second. When the mere fact that you talked about psychological care as medical support is all the answer we need. It's totally recognized here that is in fact medical support, and that's not something that we should take for granted. In many countries, people would have used very different terminology to define it. Can we get a mic over to the aisle, please? Right here.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm really proud to be here today, and I heard a lot of beautiful words from the guests, 3 guests, and I was really happy that people starting getting knowledge and education about us and about our life and how we live. Yes, we live with challenges every day, but to me, these challenges is really beautiful challenges, and I give lessons, life lessons to people who communicate with me on a daily basis, especially at work. Because I walk into my work with a big smile, with the faith in Allah that definitely I'm going to reach to the position that I want to reach, but I have to struggle. Now, my question is, are we thinking about building a center where will help us to get more confident in our life, in social life, or not?
I want Razwana maybe to answer that on a global level, and then Danya, why don't you talk about some of the work of great organizations like ZHO that are already working on these sort of issues here? Razwana, you want to go first? Thank you.
That's a very good question, and thank you for sharing your stories and also imparting the lesson to others, because we can't see what you're experiencing. Maybe we can sometimes, but it's good for you to be able to share that as well. So I'll just talk about it from Singapore's perspective. There are 2 things here. One is, if you want someone to be inclusive, we also need to look at how the other person is engaging with them. So there is a possibility that we can create playgrounds that are inclusive, right? But at the same time, if you were to create a special space only for those people with disabilities or with determination, then to some extent, we're also pushing them away from the general society. So it's a fine balance between how do we get people with determination to be integrated in the larger society so that we can make the space inclusive for them, so they can go to a normal school, they can go to normal universities and all that, but at the same time, they're given the same opportunities, the same education, the same kind of, job, requirements and all that. Of course, we need to create the space for that, and the physical environment is one thing, but this is also the way that we try to do this. So we try to treat everybody the same, and everybody has got the same aspiration. Doesn't mean that someone who's got disability may not have that aspiration to become a leader in something. We give the same opportunities and then ensure that the other people with normal able body is also able to look at your perspective and your understanding.
Thank you so much. So I know I said Danya would answer, but we're actually out of time, but I know we're here to answer further questions from the audience afterwards. Colonel, would you like to just say final remarks before we finish?
Just one thing. In the United Arab Emirates, this is the way the country operates. With regards to your question, we will not, I mean, what I think, we're not going to have something specific for people of determination. No, we're going to make the whole society specific to provide you with help and support. So everything around you, even with education right now, we don't have special needs classes, no. Children are being integrated into schools so they can live like other children. They can study with their peers. They cannot feel any different. It's okay, they're special. This is something different. You are different. Everybody's different. So about you, this is the difference you have than me. But, you know, this is how our government works, how our leadership works. They will make everything accessible to you so you have the same opportunities. They're not going to make you feel you're different. You are not any less than anybody else. And what we're doing, we're trying to do our best to make sure that we include you. That means if we're not providing that service to you, we are lacking. So this is what's happening, and this is what's happened throughout the country. And thank you very much. Thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Dania, you wanted to add one really quick point, I know.
A very, very quick one, just to support that
Sure.
last
Yeah,
message
yeah.
that we had. Abu Dhabi has actually released an excellence award named DEMJ. And DEMJ means inclusion, because we're all about inclusivity and not letting anyone be left behind. But you know what? Something about you, and I'm sure you know, advocate for it. Nothing about us without us. So nothing about people of determination without people of determination. That's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for joining us. We really, really appreciated it. Anybody and everybody is welcome to join the Secure Communities Forum, engage with us on future projects, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you so much.
adoption. So AI adoption in large scale is definitely coming, right? I think there's no doubt, everyone knows that, right? But we have to start from today to make sure that we are ready from talent perspective, we are ready from governance perspective, we are ready from strategy perspective, in order to to be more prepared for the future to come.
So I think there are many ingredients that you have to combine and to get the final output right, let's say. Being you're having a global perspective also, how do you see different regions around the world approach AI, especially in policing, and what can we learn from each other?
I think the cross-region or cross-nation collaboration in policing is already very advanced, right? Because in the end, I mean, especially nowadays with the global population migration or exchange across different regions or nations, the collaboration of different nations or regions of fighting crime is already very mature. But when we talk about AI, I think we need some kind of different level of collaboration in the future. So the concept of AI is that we use as much as data we have, and we train a very powerful model, and then this model can help us to improve the efficiency or to help us to fight certain crime. And this cooperation, under this context, the collaboration has to be on the fundamental layer, which is probably data sharing, right? In order to train a model which can solve the cases across the globe, it has to be fed with the data from across the globe. So this is, I think, the first one. The second one, the use cases, right? I think each and every country are adapting different use cases right now in terms of utilizing AI in policing. For example, in China, they started to use facial recognition as a simple AI algorithm since a long time ago, and it's very mature, and they have a lot of extended use cases around facial recognition itself as well. For example, actively identifying criminals in the public spaces, right? And proactively forecasting potential crowd-related emergency. So those are the use cases that's been very mature in China. So use case sharing can bring value or can create a lot of positive impact in the adoption across different countries as well. I think probably that's the two most important thing in collaboration in terms of AI adoption in policing in the future.
Do you think that we will see something like a global use case where everybody is paying subscription to use it instead of one investing into it? What do you think?
I think in terms of this model, probably yes. For example, now you have Interpol, right? Which is a entity who collaborate or who interconnect with all different policing agencies across the globe. And they probably can be the right entity to have a unified platform and shared by subscription to each and every policing entity in region or in the country. And this is the same idea. This collaboration will be very, I think, valuable to the safety of the world. Right?
I see. Really interesting. Thank you for your insights, Mr. Shi. I'd like to open the floor now for our audience if they have any question for my guest here, Mr. Shi. If anybody has any question, please raise your hand and we'll get a mic for you. So since I think we have no questions from the audience, I'd like to ask you quick response questions. So just answer whatever comes to your mind, the first thing that comes to your mind. What is one thing that you'd like AI to do that's not currently able to do?
I think to automate some of the workflows in the policing scenario. Yeah.
Interesting.
Not only, as I said earlier, so AI is definitely will deliver the outcome, the result, instead of acting as a tool. So I think this is something I'm very anticipated to see in policing, in government entities, and in some of the larger enterprise use cases as well.
Interesting, really. What is the most common misconception about AI we want to clarify for our audience?
Oh, this is a very good one. I think from my point of view, the most important thing that we have to understand that AI will never replace human, at least in next 5 to 10 years, right? I mean, with the limitation of technology, with the limitation of computation power, and AI will never replace human being. This is my opinion. I would say AI, or in the larger scale, artificial general intelligence, will be a compromise to human being. Right? I think this is the most important thing I want to convey, or I want to share from my point of view.
Interesting. What is the main, let's say, advantage of implementing AI that institutions will see? What is the main advantage of applying AI in the any institution? Like,
so I think it's a very straightforward question. I mean, I think there are two ideas or two thoughts of adapting AI technology or implementing AI technology in any institutions or entities. The first one is that what kind of challenges AI can solve for me, right? For example, in some of our divisions in our company, where there's a huge amount of paperwork, like where people review this like vast amount of paper, and I don't want to hire so many employees to do that, right? So simply, I adopted OCR, adopted natural language processing engine in the background. I can understand what is like. I can get a summary of the document being submitted, right? So this is one thing that I think is very straightforward. The other point is that what kind of AI technology, what kind of benefit AI can bring to me in order to have a stronger position in the market, right? So, for example, in the business decisions, sometimes if you do decisions faster, you have a better position in the market, right?
Yeah.
So this is something we are trying as well. For example, when we decide what kind of solution we want to develop, so we have an AI tool that can give me a full report about the industry development, competitors, status, and everything, right? So this is something we're looking at as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. What single message would you like our audience today to remember from the session?
I think, like I said, when we discussed about the future adoption of AI, I think in order to utilize the full power of AI, we have to start from today. This is the most important message I want to share with everyone. And two things. The first one is that by adapting AI right now, we can already achieve results and outcomes already, which is like instant value, which can be brought by the technology. The second thing that the sooner we adapt AI technology, the better we'll be prepared for the future. AI will definitely come. AI will be a very transformative technology, will change the world, right? So the earlier we adapt to this technology, we have better understanding of the challenges or the risks by adapting AI technology, and we can be better prepared for the future.
So thank you, Mr. Shi, for sharing your expertise and insights with us today. Indeed, the intersection of AI and policing represents one of the most, let's say, substantial technological shifts in public safety of our time. Today's conversation with Mr. Shi highlights that successful agencies will approach AI not as a technical solution, but as a strategic asset, as he emphasized in many of his answers, requiring a careful integration with people, processes, and values. The future is not about choosing between human judgment and AI. It is more about creating thoughtful partnership between where technology amplifies your capabilities while your expertise remains always irreplaceable. I am confident that Insights shared today will guide your journey through this evolving landscape. And as he said, and I'd like to conclude with his final words, you have to start, if not today, yesterday. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our session. Thank you very much for your attention and participation, and we hope to see you next time. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure meeting you. Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you so much for that discussion. Just a reminder for all of the newcomers today, please keep in mind that you do need to be wearing your headphones to be able to hear the speakers. These are silent sessions, so to be able to hear us clearly and to hear them clearly, please put the headsets on, which are on your seats. And with that being said, I would like to introduce our next session, which will be about artificial superintelligence, the dawn of a new era in global crime fighting. I'd like to welcome to the stage Mr. Marco Lehtimaki, excuse my pronunciation, the CEO of ASILab. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Marco.
All right, everyone. Great to be here. And as mentioned, today I'll be talking about crime fighting at scale with artificial superintelligence. And we are covering how technology is reshaping the global crime investigation. This session is really about two technology platforms joining forces and changing the landscape for fighting cybercrime globally. The first one is called Stingbase, which is pioneering crime-fighting software platform. And the other one is ASILab, that is coming out of stealth today, which is the world's most advanced AI platform. But first, let's go to the topic a little bit of what we are talking about here. We all know the landscape for crime has changed. The threat has changed. As we know, the world's most dangerous criminals may no longer be humans. It's more likely an algorithm or AI bot doing the crime. The world is full of AI-driven scams now. Every day we see deepfake extortion cases coming around, and the financial crime is borderless. The cybercrime is growing faster than the law enforcement can adapt. And the numbers tell the sad story. In this age of AI, the average cybercriminal is more scalable, more capable than the average police force. The damages from cybercrime are estimated to be $6 trillion a year. And only less than 5 out of 100,000 crimes get ever resolved. And this is all due to manual processes, reactive tools, and as we all know, fragmented jurisdictions. The inability to collaborate across borders. And what the world really needs today is something different. It's not just people that we need more people. We need a system, a systematic solution to systemic crime that is happening all over the world. We don't need no more databases and forms and dashboards. We need a full stack platform that is designed from the ground up to fight cybercrime globally and scalably. This is where Stingbase comes in. Stingbase is an incredible technology platform that is so much more capable than anything else in the public sector. Let me share a few words about Stingbase. It is the world's first end-to-end platform for fighting cybercrime. And when we say cybercrime, we really mean any crime, because as we know, even a murder case likely has a phone at the place where it happens, so that turns it into a cyber case. Stingbase is built for both private crime fighters as well as law enforcement, and it covers complete investigations all the way from receiving victim impact statements and turning those into structured data, all the way to conviction and filing the papers that need to be filed to get somebody behind the bars. It is a unified platform across borders, agencies, and data silos. And this is really what we need. Here's a small screenshot just to give you an idea of a dashboard of Stingbase. but the features are so many that it would be impossible to cover in this kind of a session. However, the basic principles of how Stingbase works is that everything that investigators need is built into a single platform. You can engage with targets under pretext to gather live evidence. You can collect fingerprints, digital fingerprints, in more than 100 different ways. You can then visualize all the relationships of the evidence in an evidence graph. And of course, bring in all the information from subpoenas, from wallets, from devices, and so forth. One of the things that is really important is collaboration across borders and across organizations. And this is something that we are building right into the platform. And Stingbase even has AI-assisted features to navigate and develop the evidence graph to figure out things that humans would never pick up. But even with all of these great features, there's still a challenge. And we will get to that in a second. But first, just to talk a few words about Stingbase and what it's really based on. It's not some theoretical platform that some engineers decided to build. It's been built from day one for the real world by real investigators solving real crimes. It's built from the ground up for cyber investigations. And the first version of Stingbase has been in use for over 10 years by a company called Rexfield, which is now part of Stingbase. And Rexfield's and now Stingbase reputation really is in the staggering numbers of being able to resolve more than 80% of all the crimes, unlike the less than 0.1% of that of US law enforcement. And now the way more advanced version of Stingbase has been used in the private crime fighting unit since 2021. And every time that Stingbase has gone after any criminal, they are helpless because they haven't been able to fight the technology. They haven't been able to be smarter and outsmart the technology and the teams and methodologies that have been built. And for this reason, law enforcement has been for many years asking, could we use this technology? Could you make this available for us as well? Because until so far, Stingbase has used this technology alone as a private organization. Now this is about to change, because this year we are finally opening the platform to global law enforcement, allowing more than 100 times better results that you get with conventional methodologies. However, there is still a challenge here. And the challenge is that even with this kind of technology that allows us to go way beyond what criminals can do, that's still not scalable when you compare to automated bots and AI systems that scale indefinitely in numbers. So the criminals are faster scaling than we are. They are using AI to generate scams and run systems that can scale from 1 to million scammers in few minutes. They are automating the phishing networks, as we all see, and they're creating bot farms of thousands and thousands and thousands of bots, frauding individuals all over the world. They operate 24/7. They are borderless. There's no downtime. So this is what we're up against. And even though the Stingbase solution increases the crime resolution by staggering 100 times, according to evidence that we have, still the crime grows faster because of automation. And this is what we are solving. So we really need next generation AI to fight back. And this war cannot be won by more manpower and resources. You just simply cannot out-hire automation. You have to out-innovate it. And this is where Asilab comes in. So Asilab, which is a company that's been in stealth mode for more than 2 years actually came out of stealth mode this morning. And what we're building at ASILab is artificial superintelligence that nobody's ever even dreamt about. First, to set the stage, let me share a few words about artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence we know today, like the large language models and so forth, they represent the artificial narrow intelligence. They are good at some things, but they are not like humans, right? The artificial general intelligence is the level where AI gets human-like in completing tasks. And some say it's maybe 5 years away by just getting the ChatGPTs of the world better and better. And we're saying, no, it's not going to get there through that channel. But finally, there's the artificial superintelligence that is better than humans in every task. And this is the kind of AI that we at ASILab are building. Those of you who follow the research in state-of-the-art AI have learned that scaling large language models has really reached the ceiling. We can no longer make large language model much better by throwing more data into them. We have plateaued. And that means that we are not on our path to general intelligence by pulling more data into these machines. So there has to be a different solution. And in an analogical way, I can describe it that what these companies that are trying to make LLMs to turn into artificial general intelligence, it's like looking at ants, how smart they are building their cities, and then saying that I think they may be writing novels next. Now, that jump is illogical. We know that. Ants will never end up writing novels. But it is because you are mixing two types of intelligence, and that's exactly what's happening here. We are expecting LLMs to do unrealistic things. And at ASILab, we are taking completely different new approach to creating AI. We look at these models, the LLMs, as the smallest blocks of life, the smallest building blocks of synthetic lives, as cells. Because as we know, any individual brain cell in our brain is not that intelligent. But with the right structure, with the right environment, with the right system in place, we get very intelligent out of those neurons. And that is exactly the same thing we are doing at ASILab. We are taking these smallest blocks of life, which are LLMs and machine learning models, and we are creating a super brain out of it. These are the world's first AIs, and this is not theory, this is live today, that are capable of thinking, that have evolutionary processes built in, so the AI gets better and better every single hour. They are the first AI that is capable of learning and truly comprehending what they have learned. Very importantly, it's also the first AI that we can truly observe and control because we can see what they are thinking every single minute. At ASILab, we are building tools for creating this intelligence. And how we call the instances of this intelligence is Asinoid. These are the super intelligent synthetic beings that we are creating. And today, as we have launched the technology, we can say that Asinoids are the world's first AI that actually have their own thoughts. And it's not some kind of gimmick. And more importantly, we can analyze the thoughts of Asinoids to a single neuron. Here we have a picture of one of the user interfaces where we are scanning the brain. This is parietal lobe, one part of the brain structure, because these are modeled after real human brains, not just in form, but also in function. And we can see every single neuron firing in the bottom. And just to give you context, one dot out of all these dots can be ChatGPT 4.0. That gives you an idea of what different level of intelligence we are talking about here. Here's another short video just demonstrating this is the type of information we get on the right and in the bottom. Every single neuron, hundreds of them per second being fired, can be analyzed and understood to realize what is Asinoid really thinking right now, what is it about to do. And the brain is built like ours, as I said, not just in form, but also in function, including senses, stimuli, skills, reflexes, and even memory. Talking of memory, Asinoids are the first AI in the world that have long-term memory that is persistent, contextual, and structured, and it scales infinitely. This means that you can have reasonable conversations, and Asinoids can remember things that happened a year ago and tell you exactly how it came about. Asinoids' continuous evolution is what makes it so different from all the other AI models. Here we are demonstrating the evolution of the graph of Asinoid's brain developing over 30 minutes. And you can see how sophisticated it gets. And this is all automatic, happening by the natural progression in the Asinoid evolution in the brain. This is after 30 minutes. You can imagine what kind of superstructures are born in half a year or 1 year's time. And Asinoids are the only AI in the world that have true understanding that includes the facts, the context, the emotional tone, and strategic consequences all at once. And finally, Asinoids have goal-driven autonomy. They don't wait for prompts. They act on their own, based on the scenarios. They plan, they reflect, they adapt, they follow missions and objectives. And of course, all of this technology has been patented by Asilab. So these Asinoids were not building specifically for fighting crime, but they are really perfect for it. Because if you consider that when you have superhuman intelligence in machines, they can learn anything. They can, for example, understand complex crime cases and narratives. They can learn from previous investigations. They can suggest hypotheses for the cases and tell what may happen next and what you should do about it. They can connect the disconnected dots across all domains, across timelines, and across identities. And finally, they can act independently without any given, within the given boundaries that you give to them. Now, you've heard about Stingbase. Imagine Asinoids inside Stingbase, when you have the most advanced investigation platform together with the most advanced AI. So Asilab embedded within the Stingbase evidence graph. What would that mean? Asinoids observing, interpreting, prioritizing, and recommending things to do as you are going through the investigation of a crime. Every case all of a sudden becomes a learning experience for the AI. And intelligence that grows, it grows across time, jurisdiction, and agencies. The architecture of this Stingbase 3.0 that we are now putting together in collaboration with Asinoid starts from AI native foundation in the core of the platform. On top of that, the crime investigation and resolution platform that we shared about earlier, with the 100 features that make your life so much easier as an investigator. And of course, third-party extensions to make it possible to use APIs and systems that are not available to public. And on top of all of this is where the Asilab powered Asinoids are working as so-called Stingbase agents. Few words about the roadmap. So this 3.0 version that is really designed to fight in scale against all the AI crime happening in the world is going in steps. So first, we are coming out of stealth mode, which is today. Technology demonstrations will happen over the next coming months. And we are providing access to the selected partners by the end of this year. And finally, general availability for law enforcement will happen sometime next year. This is an invitation. It's not just a product demonstration. We are here to build a new operational reality together with you. So join the launch cohort that we are having and come and shape together with us how it's all going to play out. We are co-developing new workflows, new use cases, new paradigms to have new kind of impact in this world. And the best way to get engaged with this technology is to go visit stingforce.com. This is a public-private coalition of transnational crime fighters that are sharing technology. It's an initiative by Stingbase. Please go and visit our booth here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that informative session, Mr. Marco. Now I'd like to inform the audience that we're going to take a short break for half an hour. We'll be back here at 3:30 to start our next session. We really hope to see you back soon. We'll be talking about trusted AI solutions through a responsible AI framework, and I don't think you want to miss it. So we'll see all of you back here at 3:30, inshallah, and we shall resume the program. Thank you.
We are happy to meet you again here in World Police Summit 2025, the fourth edition of this international event that bring and collaborate the efforts to improve the public safety, and one of the important elements of public safety are the road policing. So today my topic is about autonomous vehicle. I know autonomous vehicle is a very sensitive topic that rises between time and time but it is important for us to tap the opportunity that this type of technology that will help us in improving the road safety and reduce the traffic crashes. So I'm short, I cannot see the... So my presentation will consist of 4 chapters. First of all, I will give some facts about road safety, and second section will be the level of automation in autonomous vehicle. The third part will be about the importance of autonomous vehicle in the safe approach system, and at the end I will give a small conclusion about this topic. So let me give you some facts about road safety, and these facts was taken from World Health Organization. Thank you. We thank World Health Organization for providing this important information. So approximately 1.19 million people died every year because of road crashes. Between 20 and 50 million injuries. Road injuries for the age group between 5 to 29 years are the most age group that get involved in these type of accidents. 92% of the fatalities, unfortunately, occurs in low and low-income countries, and although the percentage of vehicle is less than around 60%, more than half of the road deaths are from the vulnerable road user, including pedestrian, cyclist, and scooter riders, and the road traffic crashes costs 3% from the GDP of the countries. So this information, we brought it from the World Health Organization. So what are the factors that contribute to the crash? So we have 3 factors that contribute to the crash. One of them is the vehicle, which represent around 55%. The other factor is the environmental and infrastructure factor that results around 30%, and the biggest percentage goes to the human factor. The human factor represent 90 to 95% of factors of contributing to the crashes. This percentage being brought by the U.S. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and European Commission Road Safety Report. So now we have to see how the human behavior affect the road crashes. So here are some scenarios that I will emphasize in about the human human behavior affecting the road and contributing the road crashes. First of all, is about the driver behavior. Driver behavior is a big issue with this. So driver behavior by speeding, by aggressive driving, and also by distraction. And distraction, this is a very big topic that I'm sure affect most of police forces in how to control these type of behaviors from road users. One of them is using mobile, other one is eating while driving, or maybe adjusting the systems within the car, and distracting driving is the leading cause of the rear end accidents. So whenever a rear end accident happens, so it comes to our mind that distraction could be one of the hidden causes of this accident. The other human factor that affect and contribute to crashes is the fatigue. As you know, fatigue is important topic that need to be addressed in terms of reducing the alertness, in terms on micro sleeps, the people who get some illness from this type of some health illness that could affect their concentration while driving. And the other one is the impairment. Impairment is a very dense topic that was discussed today many times with regard to drinking driving, with regard to also having drug while driving, and moreover about the prescription medication. So this is the third human factor that contribute to the crashes. What else we have? Definitely we have a lot of factors. One of them is the inexperienced people. The inexperienced people, sometimes they don't have experience to judge on certain circumstances or situation. So either they will do overcorrecting, or they will miss understanding by putting more speed to the car, by steer the wheel more than safe limit. Other thing is about lack of experience in some situation, like in rain, in the fog seasons, where they don't have a good experience to deal with these circumstances. Other one is about poor risk perception and decision making. The misjudgment about how long the car needs to stop. This is also one of the human factor that need to be addressed, and to try to find ways how to tackle this issue. Also some misunderstanding, underestimating some of dangerous behavior. The mental status also one of the things. Sometimes drivers are driving their vehicle and under some psychological stress. For example, workload, thinking about some social matter that affect his concentration. So these are a group of the factors that affect the drivers while driving their vehicle. So after covering and giving a broad discussion about what factors could include within the human factor causes, let us transfer the topic to the autonomous vehicle. So it is good when we start to see what are the levels of autonomous vehicle which is being founded so far. And I referred to the Society of Automotive Engineer, SAE, to show the levels of automation and autonomous vehicle level. So if we look on the blue side, these are the level 0, level 1, level 2. And in these three categories, the blue one, there should be a driver support feature. So the driver need to contribute to these levels. So level 1, example for it, automatic emergency braking system. Level 2, level 0, level 1, lane centering or adaptive cross control. Level 2, there is a lane centering and adaptive cross control. When it comes to the level 3, here the level of automation is increase in the vehicle. So for the time being, the vehicles are equipped with level 3 to level 4. Level 4 currently for the vehicles which been tested in a closed jurisdiction like the robotaxi, they are now operated in level 4. So this is in general how many levels we have for autonomous vehicle. So now we will see how these levels could help in solving the human factor problem. This is to elaborate more what type of connectivity. It's important also to know that vehicle could connect to each other and speak to each other, and the objective, what they call it V2V, vehicle-to-vehicle connectivity. And during this, vehicle speaks to each other, communicate to each other to avoid any collision, to select the proper speed limit, also to improve emergency response, vehicle response, to give them the way, It will improve the traffic efficiency. Also, it can give warning in case there is any hazard. So this is the connectivity that the advantage of connectivity between vehicle to vehicle. If we come to vehicle to infrastructure, this is important for road user to be alerted or on any activities that happens on the road. For example, traffic lights or signs to give them notice ahead of time about any congestion, about any diversions. That will help also in improving the road safety and reduce the crashes. The level 3 is important. Also a topic about connecting the vehicle to everything in the road environment, which has a symbol of V2X. And here, this type of connectivity is very important to support the strategic approach of making the cities smart. So the importance of autonomous vehicle will be that it will help us in reducing the human error. Also, it will help in people in following the rules and regulation. Also, it will let the vehicle drive according to the speed limit, especially when it comes to the changeable speed limit as per the road condition. In case there is a rain, in case there is a fog, then the speed limit will change. So this type of vehicle can speak with other systems and take the information from it and accordingly adjust the speed limit. Also, this autonomous vehicle will help in providing the professionals and decision making with a massive amount of data that will help in identifying the high risk. The previous session, Mark with Paula, they mentioned that the autonomous vehicle is a very important tool to share the data with decision making. And from this presentation also, I emphasize on this point that it is a very crucial and very important tool to gather the information and to build your future plan, future project by the readings that could be taken from this autonomous vehicle. Moreover, it will help in protecting the vulnerable road user, because autonomous vehicle can survey the road environment in a more broader way than a normal driver. It will help to detect pedestrian, to detect cyclist, to give the right of way for them, which is sometimes we see it not available with a normal driving vehicle. Also, it will contribute in vehicle safety design, because improving the sensors, improving the technology on this type of vehicle will help in developing the vehicle, and at the end of the day it will support the safe system approach. So in conclusion, autonomous vehicle will play a vital important role in improving the road safety, and I'm sure that by implementing this type of technology, we could reduce the human factor maybe by 10, 20, 30%, and which it will reflect in the general status of road safety around the world. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening and coming here.
Abdullah, thank you very much for those insights on autonomous vehicle technology and its contribution to road safety. We have a bit of time. Are there any questions from the floor?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that interesting presentation. So how will this technology work if someone wants to travel outside of a jurisdiction? So will it only work within Dubai, or will people be able to take their vehicles into other Emirates, for instance?
About this technology, still it didn't reach to level 5, as everyone knows. Now we are between 3 and 4, but definitely because of our jurisdiction, we are an open internal jurisdiction between the cities. So for sure there should be exchange of information between these vehicles and different infrastructure with different jurisdiction. And this is, I think, it can be done in our country because we have a good infrastructure here. So we share a lot of information ahead of time between adjacent cities to give advanced instruction for road user, for example, in case of road closure or traffic diversions. So what I can say that infrastructure is being designed and built in an excellent way that will help to exchange this information. But for the time being, as I mentioned, it is between 3 and 4 level of autonomy, and I believe that manufacturers they are really taking their time to develop this technology to try to cover any negative side of it when it's being implemented on the road.
Actually, Abdullah, related to that, can I actually ask a follow-on question? So it's my understanding that the SAE level of automation is specific to the vehicle, but is it also that for example, a Tesla, just as an example, is only level 2. But so when we get to the higher levels, level 4, level 5, is it that the vehicle meeting those levels of automation, they're only that level if they have the right road infrastructure that supports it?
Yes, definitely, because this vehicle usually speaks to the road infrastructure. So whenever the infrastructure is ready and can feed them with the proper information, at that time the level of the vehicle can be increased and the vehicle can autonomously take a decision by itself. So it is related to the infrastructure of the road.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So essentially, a level 5 vehicle on automation is only really a level 5 vehicle in certain locations where the infrastructure appropriately facilitates it.
Sure.
Right. Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah. Please. Do you have a...
There's a bit of controversy around Teslas and the lack of LiDAR in the Teslas, so their inability to detect rain or see through rain or things like that, visual obstructions. So sensor package seems to matter a lot in terms of whether a vehicle is not only able to meet that level but maybe stay at that level. Could you just comment on how you're going to regulate the sensor package?
See, my presentation, it focused more on the side of how this autonomous vehicle can we take the advantage of it to improve the road safety. But when it comes to a technical legislation for this type of vehicle, we have different committees here in the city. We have the Road Authority, we have the Security Department, and also we have the Ministry of Economics and Advanced Technology that taking care of certification these types of equipment. So it is out of our scope of work to certify this type of vehicle. But our side, we are part of committees, future committees, in case they need from us a feedback in terms of road safety.
We have time for one more question, if there is. No, we're out of time. Okay, I'm going by this clock here. So, okay, Abdullah, thank you very much for sharing your insights. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation comes from Belgium, but is focused on quite a few countries indeed. So Isabel Verve, who is the knowledge group manager from the VIAS Institute in Belgium, is going to talk to us about just one dimension that comes out of the ESRA 3 survey on road users' experiences for road policing and how this information can contribute to enforcement policies and practices. Isabel.
Many thanks, Jonathan, and also the Dubai police for inviting us. I'm Isabel. I'm based in Brussels, indeed, in VIAS Institute. VIAS Institute is a research center which is mainly occupied with doing research in regards to road safety, mobility questions, and also security issues. Today I'm going to talk about ESRA. And what does ESRA tell us about road user experiences on road police policies and practices? But first I have a more reflective question. What kind of police data do we have? We talked already a lot about data. This morning, Jana from RoadPol talked about data. Jonathan talked about data, the importance of data for us as police officers. But if we have a look at the police data we have, especially in regards to infractions, but also in regards to criminal offenses, we have, and I think you all know this famous metaphor of the iceberg. So what is above the surface, what is above the water level, that is what we know. That is what we know as a police. But as you see, the biggest part is under the water level, is under the surface. And if you want to have an idea of what is under that surface, we need to invest. We need to have also a survey, for example, people. Traffic offenses, criminal offenses, there are also the numbers you have as police officers are also dependent of the things you're doing, the priorities you set out. Let's say if speeding is really a priority, well, then you will invest into cameras, then you will invest into a lot of people which are probably fined by these cameras, so you will, if this is a priority, you will get an increase into your numbers. Of course, police statistics are also dependent of reporting, the reporting of citizens. And criminal offenses are often not reported, but also traffic offenses are not reported. If you're aggressed in traffic, but for example, if somebody is distracted while driving and you're in another car, you will not often report this to the police. So that surface, getting an idea of what is beneath that water level is really important. So the size of the problem of beneath that water level, the phenomena is often difficult to measure. And to tackle a phenomena, a problem, it's of course really important to have a complete sight on that iceberg, what is below the water level and what is beneath the water level. And that is how ESRA came in. ESRA is an e-survey of road users' attitudes. It's a survey, so what does it mean? That we're surveying people, so we're asking citizens, also in the former presentation or in the presentation just before, it was on, you need to involve citizens, you need to have also support from citizens. So we survey citizens and we ask them their attitudes in regards to road safety topics. It can be norms, it can be values, it can be behavior, it can be beliefs. So a lot of topics are covered in that survey. The ESRA survey is coordinated by VIAS Institute, but we also have a steering group in which a lot of academical universities or research institutes of Europe are taking part. As you see over there, there are almost 70 countries which already participated into our ESRA survey. What is the main objective? It's to collect and analyze comparable data on road safety performance, so how do people behave in traffic on the one hand, but also on traffic safety culture. What do people think about certain road safety topics? What are their beliefs? What are their norms? What are their values? What is their attitude? What is their support, for example, for some road safety policy measures? So with that survey, we provide scientific support, and this is really important. It is a survey which is made up from a scientific point of view, from our research institute with a lot of academics from other research institutes which are involved. And it gives you, and it provides you policy-making support. It provides you like evidence, scientific evidence, evidence-based policing. We already heard it already a lot today also. So it gives you an idea of how people think and how people perform in traffic. What is also very interesting, we're celebrating this year our 10th anniversary. So Ezra is already existing for 10 years. So we had some former editions. And what is very interesting, if you get in it as a country, that you can compare by what happened before. How did people think in 2015? How did people think in 2018? What do people think in 2023? So you can compare your numbers in regards to time. So you have an evolution. You can see if there is really an impact of some policy measures on the one hand. But what is also very important is that you can compare with other countries. Normally, often as a country, you're comparing yourself with the neighbor countries because they're often very familiar with you. So you can see, okay, the Belgians are doing it like that. Let's have a look at what the Netherlands, what people are doing in the Netherlands. So you can compare yourself with your countries, with your neighbor countries. You can compare yourself with European countries, but also on a more international level with American countries or even countries of Asia and Oceania. So you can develop a series of reliable, cost-effective and comparable road safety performance indicators, so you will have real numbers, and you can develop a time series. Our numbers we are collecting into Ezra are also taken into a lot of national reports, of course, a lot of international reports, for example, also into the Global Status Report on Road Safety of the World Health Organization. And what about the evolution? I already mentioned that we're celebrating our 10th anniversary. So on the left-hand side, excuse me, I'm going too fast. On the left-hand side, you see the first Ezra edition. So it was developed in 2015, and you see also the geographical coverage of which countries are also having this kind of survey. Beneath, you see the second sweep actually of Ezra 2, and this is the last one, Ezra 3, which is taken in 39 countries. So it is already existing since 10 years. We have almost 70 countries which are having this survey, which are also launching together with us that survey in their country. And the way it is funded, Ezra is funded by the partners, so the partners, the countries which are getting in, by their own means, or by sponsors. Let's say, for example, if you have the public administration who wants to finance that, that is also happening a lot. The basic principle is, as a country, as a partner, you pay for your survey, but you agree to come into a more scientific, common way so that you can compare data across the countries and that you can even compare data in regards to evolution. What is the methodology? So we use the same method, we use the same survey in each country, and it's a panel survey which is taken off online. So I'm going into depth into some research results of the last edition. And here you can see we had 39 countries and we had 37,000 people which were actually interviewed, which were surveyed. What do? We actually sample on a representative way into the national adult population. So we take the ages of 18 till 74 and we sample on age and gender. We have approximately 1,000 people per country. The survey, which is quite important also, is of course at the disposal in your proper language. We're basing ourselves on, so we're targeting different groups, targeting different road users, car drivers, moped drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, scooters. We're carrying out different topics, the killers in traffic, which were already mentioned a lot, speeding, driving under the influence, distraction. And in the blue squares, you see which kind of things, which kind of general themes we cover, like the self-reported behavior in traffic, what do people say, how they behave in traffic, but also how do people feel in traffic, what are law enforcers doing, so the enforcement of traffic laws, how is the police controlling, but also attitudes. What do you think if we would go for an obligation in regards to wearing a helmet as a cyclist? Or what do you think, is it acceptable or not of driving under the influence of alcohol? But you're probably, so this is more or less what Ezra is about, but I'm probably convinced that you are curious to see some results. Let's dive into some results of Ezra. Of course, I invite you to go and have a look at our dashboard. This is a screenshot of the dashboard. So you see over here that I'm going into depth into self-declared behavior. So you have a lot of topics over here. And I'm going to in depth into the question of self-declared behavior as a car driver. The question over here is here. The question is mentioned over here. Over the last 30 days, how often did you as a car driver drive when you may have been over the legal limit for drinking and driving? Over here, you see the results by region. So you see that the Americans, that 14% of the American countries which are collaborating with Ezra or which are in Ezra said that their drivers have been drinking above the legal limit, alcohol above the legal limit and driving. And over here, you see all the countries which are collaborating. And you see really a very wide range. Let's go to Luxembourg, which is in which 24% of the people of Luxembourg are declaring that they have been drinking alcohol above the legal limit and still driving. And over here you see Kyrgyzstan, in which 1% is saying this. Of course, it has a lot to do with your road safety culture. It can also be related to, for example, religion. If we go in depth into the more general demographic characteristics, we see that it are young males which are often reporting that they are driving and drinking above alcohol. When I go further, this is another slide which is related to driving under the influence of alcohol above the legal limit. What you see, what you see over here, so what you see here in the middle, this is exactly the same what I mentioned in the previous slide. So this is the self-declared behavior as a car driver. But when we link the self-declared behavior as a car driver to the support of a policy measure, namely the fact that let's forbid all drivers, let's go to a zero tolerance policy in regards to alcohol, we see the support over here. The support for the policy measure is quite high, as you see in general, it's quite high. It's lower in Europe. The rates range between 43% and 87%, and the support for a zero-tolerance alcohol policy is higher among female and higher among old road users. But I want to focus on one thing which is quite important. So remember that I mentioned that the fact of the people of Luxembourg declared that they are often driving, often drinking alcohol above the legal limit and still are driving. So this is really mentioned over here. You see actually the opposite effect in regards to support. So the ones which are driving under the influence are the ones which are having the least support for a zero tolerance. If we take my example of Belgium, we have a proposal in our legislation in regards to zero tolerance, and it was defended also in our Chamber of Representatives in the Parliament, and we used really these numbers. So we really used the numbers of Belgium to say, okay, maybe there is something wrong in Belgium, because actually 1 on 5 is declaring that they are driving under influence of alcohol. If we go further, as a criminologist, I'm on a daily basis occupied with the fact, why do people obey the law? And if we try to answer that question of why do people obey the law, why are they listening to law, we have a lot of different answers. Because they do not know the legislation, because they often do not understand why the legislation is made. they do not see the use of that legislation, but because they do not mind taking into account legislation laws. But another reason is also related to your individual norms, your individual beliefs, the values, the norms you have. Do I think it is appropriate to speed? Do I think it is appropriate to speed or to drive too fast? Do I think it is appropriate to drive alcohol and then to drink alcohol and then get into the car? You have your individual norms, you have your individual beliefs, but what the others are doing is also very important. And then we come into the topic of the social norm. What the social norm is into your country. Let's go, for example, here to Luxembourg. If 1 on 5 is declaring, okay, I drink alcohol, I drive even when I'm above the legal limit. So this is something which is quite astonishing. So the social norm is really about, but if others are doing it, why shouldn't I do it? So that social norm is also very important if we're talking about road safety. But of course, also your work as a police officer. This morning it was also about the deterrence perspective. So it is people also from a road safety perspective, they also obey the law because they know they can be controlled by the police on the one hand, and if they are controlled by the police, if they're committing an offense, they can be sanctioned by justice on the other hand. So the chance of being caught, the chance of being controlled by the police is of course also very important in regards to road safety. This is also a question we ask in our ESRA survey. In the past months, how many times have you been checked by the police for using alcohol while driving? For example, being subject of a breathalyzer test. If you have a look to the regions, then we see that the countries of America declare that the last 12 months, 20% declared they were subject of a police control. And over here, you see again a broad range, which goes from Serbia, 32%, to Japan, which is a very low percentage. So over here, you see actually the objective chance of being caught, so what the police controls are about. And it's also important for you, it's a way of evaluating, okay, if I'm seeing that in my country a lot of people are saying they are being controlled, you can go into a decrease or you can go into an increase. If it's my police priority, if it's a governmental priority to attack or to tackle driving under the influence of drugs or alcohol, driving the influence of alcohol in this case, maybe I should increase my police controls. But let's go to another killer, speeding. Speeding inside build-up areas. Of course, this is also this is one of the main killers in road safety. The question was asked to car drivers again over the last 30 days. How often did you, as a car driver, drive faster than the speed limit inside build-up areas? Over here, you see the results of Europe. Almost 50% of the European countries which collaborated in ESRA are saying that they are driving too fast. So remember that I said something about the social norm. So if everybody is driving too fast in my country, why shouldn't I? So this is really quite an astonishing percentage. And if you go to the countries, then you have Finland, in which 61% is declaring that they are often speeding in build-up areas, drive faster than the speed limit. And if you go, for example, to the United Kingdom, you have 35%. So there is really a wide range of percentages of people which are speeding. The percentages are also, again, higher among male people, again, higher amongst young people. But of course, also if we dive into road safety research, we see that these young male people are showing more risk behavior than others. I will do the same exercise of speeding with the support of a policy measure. So again, here you see the results of the previous slide, and here you see the support of the policy measure of limiting the speed to 30 kilometers per hour in a build-up area. So here you see the support. You see that the support is the lowest in Europe. Remember, the people which are declaring that they are driving too fast are the highest in Europe. So the support for the policy measure of limiting the speed is the lowest in Europe. We have some big ranges, and the support is also higher among female and older road users. What we saw for alcohol, for example, that people are declaring that here in Canada that they are speeding, we see exactly the same for the policy support. So we have exactly the opposite effect. So they are declaring that they're speeding, but they do not are supporting, or they are less supporting at least, to limit the speed limit. Another example is mobile phone use while driving. Over the last 30 days, how often did you as a car driver read a message or check social media in your car? Distraction was also a topic which was already widely covered today. The Americans are declaring that in 32%, they did it over the last 30 days. And here you see also the range again, going from Panama 57% to the United Kingdom. Another last one is the seatbelt use in the back of the car. So this is a question which is asked to the car passengers over the last 30 days. How often did you, as a car driver, travel without wearing a seatbelt into the back of your car? And you see again that, no, you see this time that countries of Asia and Oceania are scoring the highest. So this was about self-declared behavior. This was about how people are behaving in traffic. So this was about getting an insight into that what is below the water level of the iceberg. But we also have some questions in regard to the support for policy measures. I do not know if a lot of countries are facing with the discussion on wearing a helmet, the obligation of a helmet while you are cycling. So we have also some questions in ESRA in regards to this. So we ask countries, or we ask the citizens, is it an obligation of wearing a helmet for cyclists under the age of 12? Or do we want to have an obligation for all cyclists to wear a helmet? These are some of the results. Now we're already preparing our next ESRA 4. So if you want to get in, if you're interested into this kind of survey, which is really letting you compare with other countries, but which is really made up from a scientific insight, please don't hesitate to contact us. So we use the same study design, the methodology which was explained, and we are now recruiting actually the partner countries, and we will collect the data in spring. Curious to see something about ESRA, please go to our ESRA.net.eu website. We have a lot of fact sheets, so each country has a fact sheet. We have a dashboard, we have a lot of thematic reports, and we have also a newsletter, so don't hesitate to contact my colleague Uta or myself for more information. Thank you.
Isabel, thank you very much for that brief to the ESRA data. As one of the partners that was involved at WHO, we supported 6 countries to participate in the ESRA 3 survey in the last round, and I can certainly attest to the value of the information that comes out of it, not just from our understanding of the kind of support that the countries need, but also the countries themselves in terms of how they could use these insights to develop national policy. So very strong encouragement. If there is interest in your country, I would very much encourage you to consider participating in the 4th round of the survey. The more countries that participate, the greater the opportunities for comparison. But also very much encourage you to have a look at to go to that website. The dashboard is available to anyone to use. The thematic reports on different issues, the country profiles, all very useful pieces of information. So have a look. Isabel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry we don't have any time left for questions, but thank you. I'll stay down here. So we have one final before we close. our closing discussion. And really, it's my great pleasure to give the floor to my colleague and friend, Lieutenant Colonel Elvira Zinkai, who is the outgoing president. It's hard words to say that, but as the outgoing president of RoadPol, of the European Road Policing Network. She's going to give us some insights on how we move forward with this important prioritization with road policing, and in particular, how can the capacity development and collaborative needs of policing agencies be addressed through peer-to-peer cooperation through networks like RoadPol. Elvira, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you are not bored, and I hope you won't be bored because of my presentation. I try to be short. Let's hope we can do it. So, as you may heard, I'm from RoadPol, but maybe nobody of you knows what is about RoadPol. I'm from the Hungarian National Police, and more than 2.5 years ago, this organization elected me, and the members of the organization elected me as a president of RoadPol. RoadPol is a European road policing network, especially for traffic police officers. As you can see, we are non-governmental, international, and especially just traffic police officers created. Our main target is to reduce fatalities and serious injuries on the road. We don't have too many supports, so we are a self-funded and financed organization. Unfortunately, we have to rely only on our membership fee. But as you can see, we have a great success because we managed to collect most of the European countries to be our partners and members to collaborate with us. And for us, it's a great honor that Dubai Police also thought that we are a great partner, so they are our observers. We are not a new organization, to be honest. We have the experience, and we started the collaboration in 1996 already. So we have a very long history now. How do we work? The core work is done by the working groups. We have 3 different kinds of working groups: operational working group, technology, and tachograph working group. They are dealing with different issues at the organization. Tachograph working group is dealing with tachograph manipulation, the detection of the manipulation, and they are learning and teaching about the latest method of manipulation. Technology working group is dealing with the latest technical devices which can be useful for the organization, and not just for the organization but rather than our members. So we collect all of the traffic and road safety related technical devices, methods and methodology which can be useful for us, even one country or more, it doesn't matter, but we are interested in these kind of devices. Operational working group is the biggest working group and the largest working group in an organization. They dealing with to create an operational plan and dealing with some campaigns, creating the topic of the seminars or master classes. This is the biggest one, as I mentioned. The council is our main decision-making body. They can decide about new members, they can accept the operational calendar, for example, and they can decide about where should be the next meeting, training or seminar. The executive committee is responsible for executing the wish of the council, so they are focusing how to get the reach, how to get this target and all of the devices, wishes what the council would like to achieve. And of course, there is the presidency, consists of the general secretary, president and vice president, and they are dealing with daily work, finances, then direct the organization itself. As I mentioned before, the main task and the core work is done by the operational working group, and the main activities are to create and to organize operations on the field. How does it look like? Every year we have annual meetings where the members, and especially the operational working group members, can discuss what are the most serious offenses in the countries and all around Europe, so they can decide what they should focus on during the operations. As you can see, we have several well-known topics like speeding, like truck and bus driving, and truck and bus problems, tachograph manipulation or speed, especially speed, and a seat belt problem. But this year we implemented the control of two-wheelers, which is getting more and more popular, not just in Europe, but I think all around the world. As I mentioned, we have not just one operation per year rather than more. We have 10 times per year operations all around the calendar. So from February till December, we have separate controls. Normally the operations or controls last 1 week, and we collect the information after them from the members. We have some extra operations as well, like marathons or safe holidays. And these actions are directed by the operational working group. Just to see how effective we are on the roads, I brought some numbers for you. During the last 4 years, we managed to catch lots of drivers who conducted speed offenses. More than 4 million speeder we managed to catch. In comparison with the seatbelt offenses, which are getting less and less year by year, but I will introduce it later on. Unfortunately, we have a big problem with alcohol and drug consumption. If you can see the number, you can see that at this moment, the number of drug offenses is less than alcohol. But I don't know, will it stay like this, or it will be bigger and bigger year by year? And as you can see the number, we checked several truck and buses due to technical issues, or even we checked the drivers as well. And unfortunately, I have to say that 1/4 of the drivers or vehicles have problems, so we can detect lots of offenses during the controls. I brought some numbers about the crucial controls like seatbelt. Of course, it's a very essential and important for us to ask people to wear the seatbelt. And of course, it's main task also to check the wearing of the seatbelts all the time. As you can see, we try to increase the number of controls. And as you can see, the number of the offenses are increasing as well. But if you can see the rate, you can see that the number of the offenses is decreasing. Exact number, within 4 years, we managed to achieve a definite decrease from 19% into 7%. So I think it's a great result. What we couldn't achieve is related with speeding. We have newer and newer technical devices. All of the police force is focusing on purchasing more and more technical devices to detect the speeding on the roads. We try to increase the number of controls as well. But in comparison with the previous slide where I introduced you the wearing of seatbelt, unfortunately I cannot say the same about speeding. The number of speeding is increasing, unfortunately. So not just the technical devices, but rather than the number of offenses from 17% to 21%. So it's a lot. If we are talking about roadside checks, of course we focus on wearing of seatbelts and speeding and not using mobile phone and so on and so on. But if we stop a car, we cannot close our eyes and we cannot leave any comments if we can notice some signs of other issues like the signs of drug or weapons, or maybe if we can find somebody illegal in the car. So that's why we also try to focus during our operation about these kind of offenses or crimes. How does it work? As you can see, in this way, we can be effective also regarding to criminal units and other units of the police forces. So we can help their work in this way to detect more and more illegal things on the roads. And also, it is good statistically also for us, because we can detect the moving of the crime. For example, illegal immigration, you can see which is the most targeted country, and relating to firearm and drug, where are the more popular business happening in Europe. Besides the operation, I would like to mention also different activities like accident prevention. Even though we are for enforcement and dealing with roadside checks, it's also important for us to avoid future accidents. That's why we implemented the Road Post Safety Days. We can organize it every year on the same days between 16th and 22nd of September. And it's an awareness-raising campaign when we would like to unite the effort of police and public, and to remind the people about their responsibility on the roads. They should consider about their role if they are driving as a participants of traffic, that they should be present while they are driving and they focus on their own and the others' safety and security. The another one, accident prevention campaign, I would like to say it's an accident prevention rather than operation, is speed marathon. As I mentioned before, during the speed control, we experience that even though we use more and more devices to detect speeding, the number of speeding is increasing. As a contrast, I would like to introduce you the speed marathon results. Speed marathon is a 24-hour speed check all around Europe. And its specialty is that we invite the people to suggest us the location of the speed controls. And normally they do. So according to their recommendation, we try to do the speed check. And why it's necessary for us? If they ask their contribution to provide the locations for the speed control, they are aware of that. There will be some speed controls soon. So in this way, we can keep the speed offenses very low level. As you can see, the number of speed offenses during the speed control of speed marathon not increasing too much. Generally, we manage to maintain the level of speeding under 3% all around Europe on that day. Can you imagine, within one day we can achieve this goal? Only 3% of the drivers can commit an offense. As you may heard, the main risk and main cause of the accidents are speeding. So if we could do it every day like this, I think there wouldn't be a problem regarding to fatalities and serious injuries. Of course, we try to support all of the forces, police forces who are our members, to develop and to make road safety better in their own countries. That's why we created some seminars, master classes year by year about different kind of topics. We managed to create an exchange program for our participants to visit different countries and to study different methods, what they can be useful for their own countries. And of course, we try to organize every year a conference and exhibition to get familiar with the latest technical devices. And we invite some speakers. I think last time Alessio also participated in our conference, right? Were you the speaker or exhibitor in the last conference in Fuji? Yes. And also he participated in one of our master classes recently. So we try to provide the latest information for our colleagues to have the knowledge, and with the knowledge they can make the road safety better in their own country and of course all around Europe in this way. We have partners as well, because without the partners we couldn't achieve such a development. We have some connection with the European Commission, European Transport Safety Council. We have some connection with the World Health Organization. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And of course, as you can see, we have some partners from the police as well, because without networking and information exchange, we couldn't achieve better safety. I think it is one, yes. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elvira. We do have time for one question to Elvira before we need to move on. So can I open the floor to any question? If I might pose a question then, Elvira. So the RoadPol is a European network, but what we do see is that there is a lot of interest from the rest of the world in either joining or in facilitating something similar for their perhaps sub-region of the world. Can you tell us a bit more about what RoadPol's thinking here in terms of growing the network to beyond Europe?
Yes, thank you so much for your question. I forgot to mention that even though we are European organization, we are open for all of the countries all around the world. The only problem is the traveling between the continents, so that's why I would like to say 2 years ago, we offered the idea for Dubai Police to consider about the possibility to be the second, or not the second, sorry to say it, but the first in the continent here to be the host of the similar organization like RoadPol, gathering together the countries from Asia and from Arabic countries, because due to our activity somewhere in international conference, when I introduced the network, we have several requests from several countries that they would like to join. Most of the requests came from Arabic countries, so we think that the necessity to establish a new network here is considerable. But may I, Ahmad, I'm looking at you because you know what happened this morning. This morning I was so lucky to visit the Officers Club of the Dubai Police, and we invited, not me, but the Dubai Police invited several guests to consider about the possibility of to create a new network. And when I introduced the network of RoadPol, they were very enthusiastic to have the same network here in the continent. So I really hope the next step would be to hear that, hey, the new network is ready, and we have several members due to the activity, to spread the word. So I really hope that we can hear the success of the new network very soon.
Thank you very much, Elvira. And just while I have the microphone, just to introduce Damian, who is the General Secretary of RoadPol. So if you have any questions about the network, please do speak to him further. On a final note, Elvira, I just wanted to give you a word of great appreciation and thanks. You've led RoadPol for 6 years now, and an enormous contribution and tireless effort. And you're not completely off the hook because Elvira is stepping from the president down to the vice president because they wouldn't let her leave completely. But thank you again, and very much looking forward to continuing the collaboration with your fantastic network.
Thank you so much. You can count on me as always. Thank you so much.
And please, Elvira, since you're joining our next panel, if you can take a seat on the panel. Thank you. So we come to our final activity now, which is really a bit of a culmination. We've talked about so much today. We've heard from different geographical experiences, from high-income countries right down to low and middle, right down to developed. There we go. We've heard of how different policing leaderships prioritise road policing. We've heard about a variety of barriers and challenges, and so I wanted to use this final opportunity to get some closing thoughts and comments on how we might move forward with that objective of seeing a far greater prioritisation of road policing within policing agencies. So can I please bring our panelist to the floor? Boniface, please, if you can join us. Steve and Lyndall as well, please. So the question for this discussion is, as I mentioned it, a very broad but general one. Throughout today, we've talked about the fact that road policing within policing agencies is largely an under-prioritised issue compared to the burden of road trauma globally and in many countries. But what we also know is that it is largely driven by a core network of very dedicated and active roads policing specialists. So the question to both to the panel for their insights and really to the audience as well is, where do we go from here? What are some mechanisms that we should avail of? What are some of the opportunities that are currently on the table that can assist us in this objective of seeing a greater prioritisation for roads policing? While I hold the microphone, I'll start with an example. So I mentioned during my opening that the technical manual that I introduced is developed in conjunction with the United Nations Policing Agency. And this entity, which is part of UN peacekeeping and the Department of Safety and Security, they hold a biannual meeting called the UN Chiefs of Police meeting, UN COPS. And so the opportunity that arises now is that in 2026, the next meeting, we will have the opportunity to put roads policing on the agenda. So this will be the first time that roads policing has been discussed at this level of international policing governance, where commissioners and chiefs from 170 plus countries will convene and for the first time have discussions on their considerations and their approaches locally to the issue of roads policing. So that is just one opportunity that's going to come into fruition in the next 12 months or so. So I'd like to open really this final session really to anyone who wishes to make a comment, wishes to add some reflections. Our colleagues here on the panel might want to reiterate some of the messages that they already raised in their presentation, or take further thoughts from things that they've had in their discussions. So I open it because I'm sure you've heard enough from me and I'm losing my voice. Steve.
Can you hear me? Yeah, there we go. So yeah, Steve from New Zealand, and we had a really good conversation this morning, and I've been listening to all the stories, and I think one of the things that comes out really clearly right across all the stories and jurisdictions right across the world is the challenge of leadership in road policing. Leadership cannot be underestimated if we get it right. The impact that we can have on reducing death and serious injury right across the board. In New Zealand, I spoke a little bit earlier about our story, how we've evolved from being a nation where we ignore road policing. We accept that people will die on our roads. We had no drive at any level of our organisation. In fact, I'll even call out and say the whole sector. But I'll talk more about road policing, because when I think about the levels that we have within our New Zealand police organisation, we go right from our commissioner and the executive all the way down through our middle management and to our leaders on the street. And it's a big failing. A couple of things that cause that in New Zealand, I think. We have a rotation policy. Every 12 months we get a new road policing manager. And that's not an easy thing to do, because inevitably our road policing managers do not have the experience, they have not had the time to build up the skills, knowledge and experience in road policing. So by the time they leave, we're faced with replacing them with someone else who has even less knowledge and maybe sometimes even the drive, right? So this is really, really important. In 1992, we merged the Traffic Safety Service with New Zealand Police. They didn't want to be police officers and police didn't want them. It was a forced merger. But we're still seeing the legacy aspects of that at the moment. We've got police officers who weren't even born in 1992 telling us that road policing is not part of their job, when it is part of their job. It's important. So immediately I can see that we've got a really clear leadership issue there. So that is the challenge, I think, for all of us, whether it be your partners, your executive, right through to your front line. Leadership is where it's at, and I think that's where we're going to be solving most of the problems.
Steve, thank you very much. And certainly I think New Zealand could take a message from the experience of both Sweden and, as Paula mentioned this morning, from Ireland, about how they convinced the entire rank and file of their service as to seeing road policing as everyone's responsibility, as a real force multiplier. Can I, Lyndall, please.
Yes, I think that's working now. I'd like to add to what Steve has said. I don't think the responsibility of demonstrating the importance of road policing rests with police organisations themselves. I think road safety, as we talked about this morning, has a range of stakeholders. So we also need researchers like Isabel and myself to help provide the evidence of the importance of road policing in improving safety. And we also need the work of the World Health Organization and the work that you do as well, Jonathan. So I think the partners with police are also really important.
Yeah, Lyndall, thank you very much. So in terms of that point about certainly the support to this space that UN organisations like mine can contribute, I leave it as a standing question. How can we support? What is it that we can contribute to? I mean, we have. I basically outlined what we're currently working on and what we're contributing to. But that agenda will be completed, within the next few months. And so that raises the question of what next. Certainly this element of capacity development in relation to this technical manual will be an ongoing task. So when I say what's next, I don't mean implementation and dissemination, because that will continue. But certainly look to the assembled audience for your guidance, because as United Nations we are member state driven. Our clientele, to put it in the language that Colin shared with us. Our clients are the member states, the countries that are part of the United Nations. So we fulfil the guidance and the requests that they make of us. Boniface, please.
Thank you. And I'm happy to note that I had interacted with the coming manual sometimes last year. But again, I want to agree with all the presenters of the day, particularly the last one, Rodopol in Europe. If I speak regionally, that is a system we really need in Africa. And I think one of the fundamental success of the Rodopol is similar or related transport systems. I know Europe has got related or similar transport system. You can hit a train from Paris to Berlin. In Africa, where I come from, we also have related transport system. So I'll ask the Colonel that as Dubai wants to have one for Asia, can we have one for Africa? So that, I'm saying this seriously because I'm hearing for the first time that there is a team of traffic police or enforcement officers dealing with traffic who have an association to share, to train each other, and to plan together. This is really lacking from where I come from, so it is a plus to us and a challenge to me that can we have a similar one? Finally, let me say that as we all align to the global plan, the desire to reduce the accident by 50% in 2030. And from the global plan, from wherever we are coming from, we have to align our operations, our systems, our enforcement to the global plan, either as a country, as a region. And here, the role of the regional observatories come in. The Latin America Road Safety Observatory, Asia and the Pacific Road Safety Observatory, and the Africa Region Road Safety Observatory. Again, individual countries, like where I come in Kenya, we have our National Transport and Safety Authority, a national agency to coordinate all road safety matters. They have gone ahead to align the programs with the regional and the global plans. In this regard, in 2023, they came up with a 5-year National Road Safety Plan to guide Kenya in alignment to the safe system approach. But again, for World Health Organization, our funders, I must say or mention that sometimes one of the challenges for developing economies are resources. Resources in terms of technology, resources in terms of software, resources in terms of hardware. So we need more trainings, such forums, and we need, if resources are coming, we need more resources to come so that we increase our participation at the global level. Thank you.
Boniface, thank you very much for really setting the tone here for in terms of the kinds of support that low-income countries like yourselves require, and very, very pleased to hear about your interests in an African policing network. In the same way that the European Commission supported and continues to support Rodopol, I would suggest that a key partner here will be the African Union as well, and so this could be certainly some areas of discussion between the European and African unions in facilitating such a network. But Elvira, do you want to add any point there?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, now yes. I have lots of thoughts in my mind, you know. as an organization, I'm aware of the difficulties what we have to face sometimes, and but on the other hand, I'm very happy that there are some countries, continents, who can keep our organization valuable enough to consider to open a similar network like we are. So we are valuable, we have the knowledge, and we know that we have the knowledge, but sometimes we are able to forget it, that we have the knowledge to make it better. The only thing what we have to do is cooperation and communication with each other, to exchange information about different technologies, methods, to know that what do you have, what I have. Oh, it's interesting, it can be useful for me. But also we have some difficulties because the number of the police officers are decreasing year by year. I don't know what is the reason. Of course, being a police officer is not a popular job anymore. And as you can see on TV, watching the movies, all of the police officers are from criminal side and crime side, dealing with crime, but not about traffic. And it's very interesting because I was reading it in the WHO survey that more people die due to traffic accidents rather than criminal acts. So I think that we should emphasize the importance, we should emphasize more the importance of road policing. Also, I do agree that the leadership is very important to improve the road safety. But I would like to emphasize the importance of the experts as well, because without the experts, it doesn't depend, it's a commander or a police officer on the field, but we need the experts also to improve road safety. Of course, I do agree also with the cooperation, different partners, institutions, to have the knowledge what we should make better. But also road safety is not just for road traffic officers, rather than a cooperation between organizations and different institutions. So, sorry, I'm blurred, but
yeah. No, thank you very much for your insights very much. You raised a few points that really struck, but also Boniface, some of the points that you made this morning. One of the key messages really that I heard from your very important remarks was just how much Kenya has been supported internationally, but also very importantly benefited from that support. And of course, not just the police, but your road users, your citizenry have benefited so much from that. And so in thinking about what the question that I asked about how do we get greater prioritization, I think here one of the key messages is the importance of the community of police, particularly in high-income countries, where they can forge partnerships with low and middle-income countries as a way of highlighting to leadership in those low and middle-income countries just what can be achieved. Because no commissioner or no chief in a low-income country is going to recognize the priority if they're not convinced that there is something that they can do about it in the first place. So certainly very strong recommendation for high-income countries in particular to form collaborative partnerships with low and middle-income countries in support of their road safety and road policing objectives. And Steve, I note that this is very much in line with the agenda for PICP. If you might want to comment on that.
Actually, I don't have too much on the PICP, to be fair. Probably not the right person to be speaking about that. Sorry, buddy.
Sure. No, that's fine. So just another example of those kind of networks is actually the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police, which is, so it is all of the Pacific Island countries are members of this network, and they added road policing as one of their strategic priorities. And so this is a network of police from low-income countries, but are supported very particularly technologically as well as in other resources by the police in Australia and New Zealand in particular. And so that partnership has been very crucial to seeing progress on road safety and road policing in those Pacific countries.
Yeah, what I can say about the PICP at the moment is that we are starting discussions around how we can fund the program to a much higher level to get much better outcomes. At the moment, there are some financial challenges, which, as we all know, we need money to have any success in helping others. And so New Zealand Police and Australia, we do a lot around donating equipment, teaching around how to use equipment, and helping them lobby for legislative change, or at least political drive and support to make their roads a lot safer. So there is an ongoing piece of work at the moment where we can probably try to find how we can help them fund to get better outcomes at the moment. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Steve. Lyndall, did you want to add something? I just saw you moving with your microphone. I wasn't sure if that was...
I was just going to mention the Pacific Islands Chiefs of Police have also joined the Australasian College of Road Safety. So there's, continuing connections developing. But can I pick up on a point that Elvira made in her presentation about how we can perhaps highlight some of the importance of road policing? I think sometimes people see road policing as a very siloed area. But as Elvira said, when you police the roads, you can actually do a lot of other policing at the same time, which is very beneficial. And I think that's worth highlighting as one way to get more resource and emphasis on road policing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And that was very much the point that I was trying to convey this morning when I was talking about mainstreaming road policing with overarching policing objectives. That in reality, whilst the specialty might be roads policing, the agenda for any national or subnational police is as one service working towards cross-cutting objectives. So certainly, I think, Elvira, that data that you shared about the additional outcomes from the various collaborative enforcement operations is a very valuable tool towards that objective. In addition, in doing this is the added value that has come of it.
Yes, I don't want to criticize anything, but we try to cooperate several institutions, organizations, because we have the results, because we can provide the data, but due to bureaucracy, it's very hard to cooperate sometimes. But really, we are the first responders on the roads. We can get in touch into the criminals on the spot. So we have the possibility to react about everything what we can do on the spot. And it's undervalued. That is not important, as I mentioned, that they have higher or different priority, like road policing. But we are there, and the air is very safe now. Air security, it's priority. Why not road? So it's the most common way to go from point A to point B. Lots of people are there, lots of criminals are there. So I think it's very important to make safer, because there can be smugglers, criminals doing the speed, and not just doing the speed, but rather than causing accident. So we have more than one function on the roads.
Absolutely. My Mark Clothier from the United Kingdom, who you heard earlier, is no longer here. He had to leave. But one of the messages that he is constantly reminding me of is this analogy that not all drivers are criminals, but all criminals are drivers. at some point of their day, so that this I think really goes to highlight the message that Elvira has made here in terms of that the road policing dimension not only has its own outcome of lives saved and injuries prevented and human harm prevented, but very much goes beyond that to a wealth of other opportunities in protecting vulnerable populations. So thank you very much. I'm looking at the audience to see if anyone has a burning comment that they wish to make, but I'm seeing a lot of tired eyes instead. Does anyone want to make any final points before we wrap up? Alessio, do you want to any final words?
Yeah, thank you, Steve, and all the other panelists, and thank you, Jonathan, for your concluding remarks, where I could not agree more on them. I think one last maybe comment that might be helpful to sketch out is that it's true that we have to improve and nurture the cooperation within the road policing communities. But looking from the outside, so from the industry, so to say, perspective, and given the massive changes that we may expect in the years to come, when we look at the infrastructure, when we look at the vehicles, when we look at the technological complexities of the features that will be inbuilt into our vehicles, I think it's very important also to have, and from that point of view, the experience of RoadPol is also very good positive design of that. It's important to have a sort of open dialogue with industry as well. I think it will be even more important to have this in the future, because the technical complexities often accompanied by the legal complexities that we will have. Just think about, we listened to the very interesting presentation about autonomous mobility. So just think about what, in terms of liabilities, in terms of a regulatory framework, autonomous driving will be bringing along. And the technology is almost there, but the regulatory framework is not there. So once, or when we want to have the full system being capable to generate the benefits we all expected for, well, that will be a momentum where the crux of the matter will be really having an open dialogue between the road policing community from one hand, the infrastructure managers on the other hand, the industry, vehicle manufacturer, because the level of complexity will be so much high that only, we said this morning, road safety is a shared responsibility, not just in terms of behavior, but also in terms of a commitment to improve the road safety performance on our roads. And I think that can only be achieved with a really constructive, massive cooperation with and from the road policing communities with the industry on the other hand. Thank you.
Yeah. Alessio, thank you very much for highlighting that really important point, and especially very much agree with what you were saying. I think industry in particular, not only is industry essential in the development of this product innovation, but also the insights that you have in terms of the legislative and the regulatory environment. In other words, the industry can provide, I think, very valuable insights in what is required from in terms of the regulatory and legislative framework that perhaps many countries are yet to even start to refer to and to contemplate, considering that that product development is occurring in that environment in the first place. So seeing industry industry as a partner, not just in the product side, but in the regulatory, in being a champion in best practice for legislative and regulatory environments is something that will be a very important and valuable contribution. I'm looking at the clock there, and we are largely out of time. So I would very much like to give a final word of thanks to our panel. Lyndall, Steve, Boniface, you've come a very long way. Elvira, you haven't come quite as far, but thank you again, absolutely. And to all of our speakers, all of our audience, I wish you a very great vote of thanks. I would like to also give a few words. A very special thanks to our translators. Very special thanks to our technical crew, without whom we would be talking to ourselves. So thank you very much to their very great support for this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all a very good trip home, and thank you for joining us.